It's a condominium. Well, because they have to be live. But these are homeowners are not paying. Thank you. My stuff.
Right, that's what she should. That's right.
Please.
Where are you? I'm on Union and Nostrand Center. I'm in the basement.
No, en eso se no. Le dio poco moro como los niños. Todavía me duele. Tú le diste un beso en la cara, ¿viste? Cada vez en la ventana, en el ocho, ¿viste?
Good morning. Today we begin the third in the series of hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committees of the Legislature regarding the Governor's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2016-2017. The hearings are conducted pursuant to Article 7, Section 3 of the Constitution, and Article 2, Section 31 and 32A of the legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the budget proposed for the local government officials and general government. I will now introduce members from the Assembly. Senator Young, Chair of the Senate Finance, will introduce the members from the Senate. We've been joined by Assemblyman Weprin, Assemblywoman Bichat, Assemblyman Aubrey, Assemblyman Cusick, Assemblywoman Nolan, Assemblywoman Colton, Assemblyman Colton, I'll get it straight. He's only been here for 20 years. Assemblyman Otis, Assemblyman McDonald, Assemblyman Wright, Assemblywoman Richardson, Assemblywoman Robinson, Assemblyman Brennan, Assemblyman Magnarelli, and Assemblyman Benedetto, and Assemblyman Sepulveda. Okay, I missed that. Yes. Senator.
Thank you and good morning. And I appreciate your comments, Assemblyman. I'd like to introduce our members from the New York State Senate who have joined us today, and it's great to see so many colleagues interested in the topic area. First, I'd like to introduce, we're joined by Senator Liz Krueger, Ranking Member on Senate Finance, also joined by Andrew Lanza, Kathy Marchione, Senator Marty Golden, Senator Tony Avella, Senator Adriano Espaillat, Senator Diane Savino. And did I miss anyone? Yep. Oh, okay. Sorry. Senator Ruben Diaz. How could I forget about Senator Ruben Diaz? Senator Gustavo Rivera. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, he's hiding down there. Senator Brad Hoylman. So welcome. Thank you.
And I'm also have with us Assemblyman Oaks.
And we have Assemblywoman Corwin and Maliotakis.
Before we introduce the first witness, I would like to remind all of the witnesses testifying today to keep your statement within your allotted time, limited so that everyone can afford the opportunity to speak. Last night we finished at 7:30. I will now call our first witness. City of New York, the Honorable Bill de Blasio, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Farrell, I want to thank you. Chair Young, thank you as well. And the ranking minority members, Senator Krueger, Assemblyman Oaks, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to appear before you. I also want to thank our legislative leaders, Speaker Hasty, Majority Leader Flanagan, Democratic Conference Leader Stuart Cousins, IDC Leader Jeff Klein, and Assembly Minority Leader Brian Kolb. Thanks to all and to all of the members of the legislature here today. I'm joined by two key members of my team, well known to you, our Director of OMB, Dean Foulahan, and the city's Director of State Legislative Affairs, Sharif Solomon. I want to thank everyone here and all the members of the legislature for your hard work and for your support for the people of New York City and all the work that we do in New York City. Together, we have accomplished a great deal over the last few years, and I'm very grateful for your support. We've moved forward on education, on affordable housing, on a number of other issues. We come here today looking forward to building on that partnership, and I look forward to discussing the budget in that spirit. After 2 years, proud to say that New York City is seeing real results from our disciplined fiscal stewardship, our strategic vision, and all that we have done to support the success and hard work of New Yorkers. It's our task this year to deepen those efforts and to extend that work through a budget that is progressive, that is fiscally responsible, and that is honest. And we recognize at the same time that despite some very good results and despite our devotion to continued fiscal discipline, New York City faces some major challenges that did not exist the last time I was here before you. And those include challenges within our pension system, our public hospital system, and in the proposed state budget. We're also watching with great concern, and I know everyone here today is, both the national and the global economic landscape. And that landscape looks in many ways increasingly uncertain and could certainly negatively affect our city and state economy going forward. We also know within that economic landscape is not only uncertainty, but unfortunately a continuing trend towards deepening inequality and a growing chasm between those with wealth and those who are just working hard just to get by. I'd like to call your attention to an absolutely striking report that got worldwide attention released last week by Oxfam, which found that 1% of the globe's population have as much wealth as the other 99%, specifically also finding that the richest 62 people worldwide have as much wealth as the poorest half of the world's population, 3.5 billion people. We feel this inequality reality deeply in New York City, where for every multi-million-dollar condo that hits the market, hundreds of hard-working families are struggling to afford their rent. We simply cannot be the city we are meant to be unless we confront this challenge. Our work in fiscal year 17 will build on the investments we've made in the past 2 years, focused on our goal of creating one city rising together. These investments include nearly 2,000 new cops on the beat between the addition of new officers to the force and our civilianization effort to bring officers from desk jobs to the beat. So patrol strength will increase by nearly 2,000 officers by the end of this year, the highest patrol strength we will have in New York City since 2001. We're funding our plan for 200,000 units of affordable housing, enough to house 500,000 people. We're developing a pioneering and comprehensive plan to address the mental health needs of New Yorkers. We're implementing our equity and excellence agenda to lift up all of our public schools, and launching an aggressive new effort to tackle homelessness. As we make these key investments, we never lose sight of the vital importance of fiscal responsibility. It's part of everything we do. New Yorkers have seen just how quickly and painfully the economy can turn, wiping out government budgets, forcing cuts to vital services, and even at times necessitating tax hikes. That's something we want to work hard to avoid. That's why when we took office, my administration immediately began the work of prudent budgeting so that we can be prepared for potential economic downturns. We are, one, building substantial reserves into our budget, just as the state does. Two, removing uncertainty in our budget by securing agreements with our workforce. I'm proud to say just in the last 24 hours, we've reached another important labor agreement. We now have agreements with 95% of the city workforce compared to literally 0% at this point 2 years ago. And this is a good moment just to pause and say I'm so appreciative to all of our city workers for the extraordinary job they did over the last few days, confronting what was the second largest snowstorm in New York City history, going back 150 years since those storms have been tracked. As I mentioned to some of our colleagues here, if it had been 0.2 inches bigger, it would have literally been the biggest snowfall in New York City history. Our city workers, led by our sanitation workers, but all our first responders, all our departments, responded, I thought, with great ability and energy and helped get the city back and running. I also want to thank the state. I worked closely with Governor Cuomo and his team during the course of the storm. I think the state and the MTA responded very, very well. I think a great team effort all around. Third point I want to make in terms of fiscal prudence, we're making targeted investments. And this is because we believe fundamentally that we have to keep building our economy. I'm very proud of the fact that we have 4.2 million jobs now in New York City, the highest number of jobs that have ever been in New York City in all our history. In the last 2 years, we've added 213,000 jobs. That is the most ever gained in a 2-year period in the history of the city. But we have to keep investing to assure that economic growth because that's the only way we can ensure that it is dependable despite what will obviously be economic tough times up ahead. So we're making targeted investments, of course, in public safety first and foremost, affordable housing, education, all of the things that we know allow for the fiscal vitality of the city and our ability to weather the storms. I want to now turn to the proposed state budget unveiled last week. The budget presented us with some very positive news, which I'll discuss first, and some real uncertainties, which I'll also outline. The good news here is very good. I want to emphasize that. We are very pleased, especially by 2 of the policies the governor proposed, the $15 minimum wage and the paid family leave policy. We believe these would be profoundly important to the people of New York. We strongly agree with so many here today that no New Yorker should have to choose between their family and their paycheck. And that is why the paid leave policy is so important. In New York City, we've taken every action we can to relieve our hardworking families of having to make these difficult choices. We've extended paid sick leave to 500,000 more New Yorkers and paid parental leave to more than 20,000 city employees, and we look forward with our labor union partners to extending paid parental leave to more and more of the city workforce in the coming months. I'm heartened to see paid family leave in the state budget because it means healthier and more financially stable households, more effective workplaces, and a stronger and more just city and state. I particularly want to acknowledge and thank the champions and prime sponsors of paid family leave in the legislature. Assemblymember Kathy Nolan, thank you. Senators Jeff Klein and Joe Dabo, thank you. And to so many of the co-sponsors here, thank you for focusing on this crucial issue. Now, I've said before, when it comes to the wage issue, nothing does more to lift up working families and move our economy forward than raising wages. I've been a proud participant in the fight for $15 for many years. And I can safely say that if we're going to fundamentally change the trajectory of families and lift people out of poverty, one of the things we're focused on in the city, our goal in our One NYC plan of lifting 800,000 New Yorkers out of poverty over the next 10 years, that hinges first and foremost on the $15 minimum wage. Now, we are acting on our own to reach our own city employees and human services contracted workers. We're investing $115 million in our budget to extend a $15 minimum wage to 50,000 workers, again, city employees and contracted workers alike. 50,000 more people will get to that $15 minimum wage, and so many thousands of their family members will benefit. We look forward to the passage and signing of a state law that will change the lives of an estimated 1 million workers in our city by guaranteeing $15 an hour to every New Yorker. Another very positive aspect of the governor's proposed budget is the commitment to build 20,000 units of supportive housing. And this will complement perfectly the city's announcement in November of our intention to secure 15,000 units over the next 15 years. These two actions together will have a profound impact on addressing homelessness and mental health issues, and will fundamentally change the reality for the better in our city. Supportive housing is a proven method of bringing safety, stability, and a renewed sense of hope to some of our most vulnerable neighbors. These are people dealing with seemingly intractable problems, but that means they need much more than a roof over their heads. They need specific services like substance abuse programs to help them address underlying problems and ultimately to build healthier lives. I want to thank Senator Marty Golden and Assemblyman Andrew Hevesy for galvanizing the support for this critical progress, and really appreciate deeply your efforts. Let me also mention two additional positives in the budget that would make New York a fairer and more just state. First, very gratified to see continued support for the DREAM Act. Passage of the DREAM Act is a simple statement of morality and compassion. I must acknowledge and thank the bill's prime sponsors who are really leading the charge here for fairness, Assemblymember Francisco Moya and Senator Jose Peralta. We thank them. Second, another important and meaningful step towards justice in our city and our state would be raising the age. And we supported raise the age last year. We'll support it again this year. In New York City, we've already reduced unnecessary arrests and incarcerations. We've ended punitive solitary confinement for 16 and 17-year-olds. And we've applied resources to help young people out of the criminal justice system and onto the right path in life. New York State should not be one of just 2 states in this country that prosecutes 16 and 17-year-olds as adults. I'd like to particularly thank Speaker Hasty for his leadership on this issue, as well as the members of the Assembly Democratic Conference. Now, those are a number of very good things in this budget, for which we are profoundly grateful. But it is also my obligation to talk about some of the challenges in this budget that we think could have a negative impact. The state initially proposed budget cuts that would have cost the city of New York nearly $1 billion in fiscal 17, with the costs growing in each succeeding years. These proposed cuts include $485 million tied to CUNY in fiscal 17, and having the state take on $209 million in state Medicaid payments in fiscal 17, a figure which alone would grow close to $1 billion per year by fiscal 21. Later, the governor clarified that the CUNY and Medicaid proposals would be achieved through reforms and efficiencies done in a collaborative process and ultimately would not cost the city a penny. I very much appreciate the governor's pledge, and I've made clear on behalf of my constituents that I will hold him to it. We look forward to working with the governor and the legislature to find reforms and efficiencies that are workable for the long run. And we also will work energetically to make certain that these cuts do not appear in the final budget in April. The governor has also proposed to take the city's sales tax revenue for 3 years in order to offset refinancing savings on debt the state agreed to assume. There is no justification for this action, which would do a real disservice to city taxpayers, costing them $600 million over the next 3 years, starting in the current fiscal year. I want to note that these cuts are particularly onerous because New York City is the only municipality in New York State that doesn't receive direct municipal aid. Our entire allocation of $302 million a year was cut beginning in 2010. Now, I would like to outline some of the ways the proposed state budget affects New Yorkers' lives across 4 important areas: housing, homelessness, education, and transportation. I'll begin with housing, which is certainly the #1 issue that I hear about from my constituents all over the 5 boroughs. New Yorkers from all walks of life are tremendously concerned about the cost of housing and about whether they're going to be able to continue to be able to afford our city. Their concerns are justified because the city is clearly confronting a crisis when it comes to affordable housing. And to contend with this crisis, we've created and launched the most ambitious municipal affordable housing program in the nation's history, building or preserving 200,000 affordable units over 10 years. Now, we certainly commend the governor for the inclusion of an affordable housing plan in the state budget, and we'll be working to make sure the city receives a fair and proportionate share of the funding under that affordable housing initiative. When the governor releases the details of his housing plan, they should include a continued commitment of federal tax credits and tax-exempt private activity bonds at levels that are at least commensurate with those that have been historically received by the city. We also have serious concerns about two important procedural changes the governor has proposed to the rules for the allocation of tax-exempt private activity bonds. This bond cap allocation is a vital resource for the city. Over the last 2 years, the city has financed more than 16,700 affordable apartments across all 5 boroughs using our bond cap allocations. These projects have ranged from a 60-unit building in Upper Manhattan, serving formerly homeless families and youths aging out of foster care, to a 256-unit mixed-income development in the Tremont neighborhood of the Bronx. The state's proposal would add 2 layers of bureaucracy to the process of receiving and using these allocations. 2 more layers of bureaucracy would be very costly to the people of New York City. The first layer is required approval by the Empire State Development Corporation for New York City to be able to use the bond cap for housing. The second layer is a different required approval by the Public Authorities Control Board for each individual project that the city seeks to build with these dollars. Last year, the city's Housing Development Corporation efficiently used all of its state bond cap allocation to fund its project, and HDC couldn't even get started at almost 1,200 affordable apartments across the 5 boroughs simply because it did not receive enough in bond cap allocations from the state. Imagine a situation if these additional regulatory obstacles were to go in effect. They would produce uncertainty in financing and unnecessarily add difficulty and delay to the process of building the affordable housing struggling New Yorkers need. Another essential component of affordable housing in the 5 boroughs is the New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA, which is home to 400,000 plus New Yorkers. Today, we need NYCHA more than ever, but the authority has suffered decades of neglect and disinvestment, resulting in a dangerous financial situation and an unacceptable quality of life for too many of its residents. Last year, we unveiled Next Generation NYCHA, our plan to get NYCHA back on solid fiscal ground and to reinvent itself for the 21st century. As part of that process, we are honoring our commitment to add $100 million in capital funding each year for the next 3 years. We ask the state to fully come through on its commitment of $100 million in capital funding for the current fiscal year and another $100 million in capital funding for each of the next 2 fiscal years. That's how to do right by NYCHA's hundreds of thousands of residents. Now I want to turn to homelessness, which is a deep and persistent challenge that the city has been struggling with for decades. Today we're using every tool, committing every resource, and summoning every ally to confront that challenge. To maximize our efforts, the City of New York needs a serious, consistent, lasting partnership with the state government and added funds for prevention and rental assistance programs. Our work begins with prevention, keeping families off the streets in the first place, keeping families in their apartments and not in shelter. To that end, we ask that the state modify the criteria it uses to determine the Family Eviction Prevention Supplement, or FEPS. FEPS can be a life changer for families who are facing the immediate threat of being thrown out of their homes. But today, the levels of financial support under FEPS are simply too low to be as effective as they could be. We urge you to raise the state level of assistance to what the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has determined is appropriate for the New York City rental market. That would increase rental assistance by 50%, giving the typical family approximately $1,500 a month. That's fundamental in a city where an average 1-bedroom apartment now rents for $3,100 a month. In addition, we must make FEPS available to victims of domestic violence, who often are effectively evicted from their homes when they flee for safety. Let's think about that for a moment. Often a woman doing what she must do to protect herself and her children, fleeing the only home she has for someplace safe. We need to make sure that these victims have support to get into other forms of available housing and not to end up in shelter. And that's what we can do if we increase this FEPS allotment and make it available to those who have already suffered so much because of domestic violence. If we raise the FEPS levels as I described and make it available to victims of domestic violence, it would cost $63.5 million this year, of which $19.7 million is city funding and $35.6 million is federal funding. We urge the state to contribute its portion of this funding, estimated to be $8.3 million. I would also ask you to revisit the underlying shelter allowance, which FEPS is added on top of and which hasn't been increased since 2003. Another aspect of the city's homelessness challenge has to do with people struggling with health issues like AIDS. As part of the city's plan to end the epidemic of AIDS, we have committed to extending the HIV/AIDS Services Administration benefits, or HACA, to people who have the HIV virus but are not showing symptoms. We've budgeted $41 million for the city's share when fully phased in to extend HACA. We believe that New Yorkers living with HIV or AIDS should not have to choose between medicine and rent or medicine and food. We understand the state has made a multi-year commitment to ending the AIDS epidemic, and we commend the governor for that. And we look forward to seeing the details of the state's plan. At this point, I want to turn to several education issues. We all remember what the situation was in New York City before mayoral control of education. The school system was fragmented and inefficient, and there was much too much corruption. The city did not have the authority it needed to ensure that schools were functioning properly and to bring about needed reforms. The legislature recognized the benefits of extended periods of mayoral control, both in 2002 and again in 2009. And over time, we've seen that mayoral control works. Look at our administration's implementation of universal pre-K, and thank you again to all the members here for your support of that initiative, which made it possible. Within a matter of months, we marshaled multiple agencies and the necessary funds to launch hundreds of programs across the 5 boroughs. Today, 2 years after we started, more than 68,500 of our 4-year-olds are enrolled in full-day pre-K and are on the path to lifelong learning. Again, thank you to the legislature, thank you to the governor for that support, but we would never have been able to implement such a crucial program in 2 years' time if it were not for mayoral control of education. I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that for the first time ever, New York City's high school graduation rate is now over 70%, while our dropout rates have hit an all-time low of 9%. Successes like these occur when there's bipartisan consensus on mayoral control. And that is why educators, business leaders, civic leaders alike all want it renewed. It will build predictability into the system, which is important for the deep, long-range change that is needed for our schools. As you know, I believe fundamentally as a matter of philosophy that mayoral control should be made permanent. I don't believe there is another system that works. But short of that, it should be renewed for 7 years, the same amount of time as its original authorization. And to return for just a moment to pre-K, the success of pre-K should also be evidence enough that we don't need to change how we administer it by creating a pre-K grant board that would supplant the state education department. We were able to achieve this huge progress on pre-K under the existing system. We think it works and should be continued. Now, our schools certainly need additional aid, and we are in favor, of course, of funding all schools fairly, which is why we must get to a proposal that actually supports all of our schools in an equitable manner. It is imperative that the state add more money for foundation aid so that the state can close its $2 billion shortfall for New York City pursuant to the Campaign for Fiscal Equity decision by the Court of Appeals. We're pleased there's support for community schools in the budget. The students of New York City's 130 community schools deserve a proportionate and fair share of those state funds. Community schools in New York City include all of our 94 renewal schools, the city's lowest performing schools, which have historically suffered from both a lack of attention and resources. We're investing $187 million a year in their turnaround. We've moved ineffective teachers and principals out over the past year and moved talented and hardworking educators in as part of the changes needed in our renewal schools. And support for that initiative and for the community schools is crucial to our continued success. Now, we hold a basic belief that every child in our city and every child in our state is equally important. And we certainly can't support initiatives that take from one group of children and give to another group. So we're concerned about the governor's proposal to raise the per pupil tuition rate for charter schools, which would cost New York City, and only New York City, $30.3 million in fiscal 17 alone. No other municipality in the state is being asked to shoulder this particular cost. If the state wants to provide additional aid for charter school tuition, we would certainly welcome it, but the state should not take away from other urgent needs to fund it. Finally, I'd like to talk to you about critical and infrastructure and transportation issues. Breaking with decades of tradition, New York City made a contribution of $2.5 billion in capital funds last year to allow the MTA to invest in a more reliable, effective, and safe mass transportation system for our future. We request the approval of a fully funded capital plan by the Capital Program Review Board and the adoption of the state budget and adding it to the adoption of the state budget to solidify financial support for MTA capital investments. This will help grow the economy of our entire region and the state as a whole. We're also pleased to see that the state budget has committed $22 billion to roads and bridges. Take just two examples of why these funds are so necessary. The Brooklyn-Queens Expressway Triple Cantilever Bridge and the Belt Parkway Bridge are facing shortfalls of $646 million and $297 million, respectively. That's almost $1 billion in total just for those two projects. Together, these shortfalls represent 38% of the two projects' costs, the historical state share that has gone unfunded in recent years. We obviously look forward to fair and proportional funding as part of these new resources. Before I conclude, I want to raise two new fiscal challenges that New York City is confronting ourselves this year. And again, these are two changes or two challenges that we did not face when I sat before you just a year ago. As part of a regular review process, the city actuary is adjusting life expectancy assumptions for our retirees, and this will increase the city's pension costs by $600 million annually. I should note that that charge was incurred starting the current fiscal year, so there's $600 million in this fiscal year's budget that we did not anticipate, and there was no way to anticipate at the beginning of the budget process for this fiscal year. $600 million for next fiscal year 17 and every fiscal year thereafter added to the budget. In addition, our public hospital system is facing new challenges. New York City Health and Hospitals is the largest municipal hospital system in the nation. In 2014, its 11 hospitals, 70-plus community-based clinics, and other facilities were visited nearly 5 million times. Almost 1 in 6 New Yorkers was treated. But today, the patients who go to health and hospitals are mostly covered by Medicaid or are entirely uninsured. At the same time, the federal government is cutting reimbursements for the care of these uninsured patients, and Medicaid doesn't cover the cost of care even for those who have Medicaid. leaving health and hospitals to pick up millions of dollars in costs. This is forcing health and hospitals to transform how they do business, because this current operating model is no longer fiscally sustainable given the changes that have occurred in federal and state rules and laws and the changing healthcare economy. We're working to reform this system immediately, and as a first step, I have provided $337 million in immediate relief to health and hospitals for this fiscal year that we are in now. Within the next 3 weeks, the city will be coming to you to identify areas where the state can provide assistance and help us address this growing problem. To conclude, as the governor rightly said in his State of the State speech, quote, "We are upstate and we are downstate, but we are one state." I couldn't agree more. We are all New York, and we are all New Yorkers. It is my privilege and honor to represent 43% of the citizens of this wonderful state. 8.5 million people, by the way, our highest population ever in the city of New York, and moving rapidly towards 9 million people in the coming years. 8.5 million people who are hardworking, who are innovative, who are creative, who represent every corner of the earth but come together to make our city and state great. The overwhelming majority of them are doing everything right. They're raising their families, they're paying their fair share in taxes, they're getting up each day, and they're working hard. The choices that you will make in this legislative session will have a great effect on their lives. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today, and I look forward to working with you, and my entire administration looks forward to working with you in the days ahead on a budget that will meet the needs of every New Yorker wherever they may live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, the question will be Mr. Benedetto, but before that, I would like to introduce with us Assemblyman Ortiz, Assemblywoman Rosick, Assemblywoman Seawright, Assemblywoman Simon, and Assemblywoman Walker.
Also, Assemblyman, we have other senators who have joined us, who Senator Liz Krueger will introduce.
Thank you. We're joined by Senator Dan Squadron, Senator Roxanne Persaud, Senator Bill Perkins, and Senator Tim Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. And Mr. Mayor, welcome. We always like to see you here up in Albany, and appreciate you taking the time to come up, especially when there's so much going on in the city. And my congratulations to all that you did, and I know there are still some problems out there, but for the size of that snow, you guys did a tremendous job. And the city workers in New York, they're the best. They really are.
Amen. Thank you.
Listen, you have identified over the years housing, affordable housing, as a major priority. Where do we stand on that? How many units to date have we produced?
Assemblyman, we're very proud to say our plan, because it's 200,000 units preserved or built over 10 years, basically the average we hope for each year is 20,000 per year. We now have 41,000 plus units that have either been already preserved or built, or at least the financing has been secured formally, and those are under contract. So 41,000 units now having been achieved over the first 2 years.
We had the expiration of the 421A, okay? Any views on how that is going to affect your housing plan?
But first, I want to say we believe fundamentally that 421A needed change. It had to be a program that was more fair to the taxpayers. It had to be a program that did not focus so many resources on luxury housing. In fact, the reason for 421A, in my view, now has to be the creation of affordable housing on a much greater level. So it was profoundly important to get a different approach. Obviously, I'm very disappointed that a plan was not agreed upon in recent days. I think we have to get to work, all of us together, in finding a way to move forward quickly that recognizes these key criteria. Whatever is done going forward must do more to support the creation of affordable housing, must be more fair to the taxpayers and should not reward luxury housing in the way the previous plan did.
Thank you. Design build has been used for several projects throughout the state of New York. Tappan Zee Bridge, I know the MTA has been using it for their projects in Penn Station and Jarvis Center. I've been speaking over the past year and a half or so with Commissioner Trottenberg, who is a ardent advocate of the design build and for some of the products that the Department of Transportation is producing. Where are we standing with that, and how are we going to come to an agreement with maybe some of the union sector here to make them, jump on board with this?
Well, Assemblyman, first of all, I appreciate your focus on it. It's not what we call a sexy issue, but it is an issue that really matters in terms of what we do every day in the city. You're right that Commissioner Trottenberg is an ardent advocate for this improvement. She is matched in that ardent feeling by Sharif Solomon, so I'm going to ask him to speak to the specifics of this issue.
Sure. Thank you for your leadership on that issue, of course. We've worked closely on that. We would like to have that procurement method extended to New York City, as you know. The mayor mentioned two major projects in New York City that could really benefit from design build. We have the BQE project and we have the Belt Parkway, just to give two examples. In the city, we've done great work to get the building trades on board and also to get DC 37 on board. So we have labor support in New York City. We look forward to working with you and your colleagues to have it adopted this year.
It would be quite helpful if we would get some memos of support from the unions you mentioned. I have never seen them. I would like to see them to show my colleagues that we do have union support for this. Right now, many of them are doubtful, and I really would be remiss if I didn't mention my colleague, Robert Rodriguez, who's very interested in this and chairs our subcommittee on infrastructure. Okay, so we can join in and maybe move ahead on this.
Be happy to get you those.
Good, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to welcome the mayor to Albany. It's good to see you. And I do have a series of information and questions for you. So you went through your testimony, and I listened to it very carefully. And you did point out there's some good things in the budget that you agreed with, but you also brought in a litany of complaints, things like Medicaid, CUNY, charter schools, transportation, capital, and the list goes on. And basically what you're saying is that you're demanding more money from the state's taxpayers, that you want more money. This year's budget proposal is a $322 million net positive for New York City, including $364 million in growth for school aid. And other investments also being made under this proposal, including the areas of housing, which you know I have particular interest in, homeless programs, economic development, and transportation. So I'd like to go through some of the areas that you covered in your testimony, and I'd like to start with Medicaid. The state actually spends total $18.5 billion on the Medicaid program, and almost $12 billion of those funds go to New York City. We, as the legislature and the governor, has capped the growth of Medicaid to help local governments around the state, and they have to live within the constraints of the property tax cap, but the property tax cap does not apply to New York City. That's correct, right? So this year, New York City is collecting $3.5 billion more in property taxes than if it had the 2% property tax cap. So the mandate relief is going, I believe, in the wrong place, and the city clearly has the resources to pay a share of the Medicaid annual growth. And here are the numbers over the long term. Medicaid is expected to grow about 4.5%. We take actions to control costs and get the growth down to within our own Medicaid spending cap. This year it's about 3.5%. And I think what the budget is asking is for the city to share in a little bit of the growth, but still not as much as what we pay in our counties around the state. The state is capping New York City's growth at 2%, and the state will continue to pay any growth above 2%. And by the way, not coincidentally, 2% is the limit of the property tax cap. So we're living under constraint of property tax cap upstate. You don't have that constraint. And as a result, some of the poorest counties would be subsidizing people on Medicaid in New York City. And we have very poor counties upstate. So that's just wrong. So even after these proposals, the budget will still provide $631 million in mandate relief from the Medicaid program to New York City, and that, I may point out, is still more than last year. So I assume that you would prefer this year's budget over last year's budget because of $631 million in mandate relief.
Well, first of all, Chair, I want to thank you for the fact that we've obviously been in a close working partnership with you on housing issues. I know it is your passion, and want to thank you for the work we've done together.
Thank you.
On the questions you're raising now, I think it's important to start by saying I've had perhaps a different experience than some people who have held this particular role, in that I spent a part of my career working on the concerns of upstate as well, and different parts of the state when I was the HUD regional director. And all of New York State was part of the area that I worked on during the Clinton administration. So I spent a lot of time in big cities and smaller cities and towns all over this state. And I absolutely understand that many parts of our state are struggling economically, just like the 46% of New York City residents who are at or near the poverty level. So we have challenges all around. I would argue that it would be very good in all of our discussion about this state, of course, to think like one state, to think about the needs of every type of New Yorker, and what we can do to maximize economic growth for all of us, for the good of all. I do think it's fair to say that New York City right now is providing a very positive impact on the rest of the state, economically and in terms of revenue. We're proud of that fact. What I'm trying to do in my budget is keep that going for all of us, to keep building our economy for the good of all residents of New York State. To do that, we have to have fiscal stability. The investments we're making in more police, for example, in improving our schools, and keeping housing affordable is also about our economic viability for the long haul. So I do think we're all interrelated deeply, and our ability to succeed affects everyone else, and everyone else's reality affects us. Now, what I would argue here is, because of what's happened in recent decades, we all know that if there is a downturn, God forbid, but we all know enough about economics to say it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. In the context of any downturn, there will be a very severe impact on our budgetary dynamic, because it will start above us at the federal and state level. In a downturn, your revenues will be reduced, federal revenues will be reduced, and of course there'll be less for New York City, and then our own revenues go down. The reason I say this, in these scenarios, there is no safety net for us. There is no ability to turn to you and say, can you help us out in a jam? We'll know that you're not in a position to do that. So we have to have reserves, and we have to have fiscal stability. What I mentioned to you, just between the change from our actuary and the immediate cost that we had to pay directly to address the problem of health and hospitals, that's $1 billion more in the current fiscal year's budget that was absolutely unforeseen a year ago. So I would argue to you that fairness from our point of view is to continue the state taking on responsibilities that it has vis-a-vis Medicaid to help us ensure our fiscal stability for the good of all, but also with the recognition that in the event that there is a major financial challenge ahead, that we're in a position to handle it.
Thank you, Mayor, for that answer. But as I pointed out, there's still $631 million in mandate relief savings under Medicaid for New York City, and that's more than last year. I'd like to switch to CUNY, because as we know, CUNY stands for the City University of New York. And 71% of the students who go to CUNY are from the city, but the entire bill for the CUNY system is picked up by the taxpayers of New York State. That was a temporary arrangement and dates back to a time when New York City was in fiscal crisis and they could not afford CUNY. State stepped in and saved the CUNY system. Now the city has the resources, and we'll go over that in a few minutes about what your surplus is, to resume the support of CUNY. And the real question is at what level? So under the current structure, the city appoints 30% of the CUNY Board of Trustees, and under the budget, 30% of the cost we believe would be reasonable. So even though 70% of the CUNY students are from the city, state taxpayers will continue to pay for 70% of the operating costs. And in addition, the state expects to spend about $2.5 billion over the next 5 years on CUNY capital projects, which I think is very good. CUNY's capital program represents about 20% of all New York City construction today, so this state investment is huge for the New York City economy. So this, you know, this, under the CUNY part of the proposal, still are making out. Last year, the city had such a big surplus that you prepaid $3.6 billion of this year's expenses and put billions in reserves. And you just talked about why you want to do that. Each year, the city recognizes billions in additional revenue over its 4-year financial plan that you did not include when the budget was first adopted. And last year, that number was $11 billion. Right now, the city's fiscal watchdogs are projecting upwards of $2.5 billion in additional revenues for the city's upcoming budget. So you talked about the need to be fiscally prudent and squirrel away money, but the question is, you have this enormous surplus, and do you have a PEG program in place, which is a program to eliminate the gap? New York City agencies look for savings, look for cuts.
Okay.
Do you have that in place?
Let me speak. You raised several points, if I may. I'll try and speak to each of them quickly. First of all, we do contribute substantially to CUNY, and we have, and I want in a moment Dean Fullahan to outline that to you. Second, we believe that our contribution is consistent with what is our obligation in terms of the history, and certainly when it compares favorably to what's being done in other parts of the state. The fact is that we know, and I'll use a fact from the last economic downturn, when the Great Recession hit, the combined impact of lost federal and state aid and the cuts that were necessary in New York City and the tax increases that were necessary in New York City totaled about $12 billion over 2 years. Against that backdrop, we have laid in very heavy reserves, again, knowing with absolute respect that neither the state nor federal government will be in a position to come to our aid in that kind of scenario. I think it's a fair statement to say that New York City's ability to continue being an economic engine is of paramount strategic importance to the whole state. So we must maintain that stability. I don't think anyone here wants to see New York City slip backwards economically. And that's why we are so focused on these reserves. Dean Fullahan will give you a little more of our view of why we think what we're already contributing to CUNY is both substantial and fair.
So the takeover by the state of CUNY was actually a permanent takeover. It was similar to the senior college operations of the state university. The community colleges, we do contribute 1/3 of everything that goes into the operations and 1/2 of the capital budget of the community colleges, which is actually the exact same model that is used throughout the state. As a matter of fact, we are the only municipality that actually doesn't have a majority of the board of trustees of their local community college.
So it's
we
community
have a
colleges
third, and
versus
we
the CUNY
provide.
system, right?
That's correct. The community
Okay.
college is the model that's used throughout the state. It is the model that was adopted during the fiscal crisis in 1976 when the CUNY senior colleges were taken over, and the Board of Trustees also, the change
Right, and
in
as you
Board of
point out, that's the
Trustees
same system that's across the
also-
entire state for
also
community colleges.
controlled the community colleges, which does not exist in your county, where the majority is actually of the local part, even though they also pay the 1/3 part. I would just also like to go back quickly on the Medicaid part. Just worth noting one more additional thing that the mayor pointed out, to emphasize that we actually have between 2005 reform on Medicaid and the 2012 action on Medicaid, the state has completely taken over the entire administration and rate setting of Medicaid, including additional powers to actually set and control the very percentages that you are talking about. So we have no role in this other than the $5 to $6 billion that you're talking about that we contribute in.
But you're still getting substantial savings under this budget in mandate relief, and you don't have the constraints of the 2% property tax cap that all the other counties in the state have to live under, correct?
We pay income tax too, though.
Right. So Star-C MAC bonds, the state is committed to paying 100% of the debt service related to the Star-C bonds, and that's going forward. And when the bonds were refinanced, there were savings. And also I want to point out state taxpayers will pay 100% of the $4.8 billion for the city's MAC bonds. And state taxpayers deserve every dollar of the savings. This should be obvious. It's like if your uncle pays the mortgage on your house when you refinance your house, who deserves the savings. I do want to go back, though, because we talked about you have nearly $5 billion in reserves, including $3.4 billion in retiree health benefits trust, $1 billion annually in your general reserve, which is an historically high level, $500 million in new capital stabilization reserve. You're benefiting from not having the property tax cap. You have upwards of $2.5 billion in potential additional revenues for the city's upcoming budget. So you're in a very, very good spot. But I did want to point out with your spending, because you are outpacing the state's fiscal restraint. As you know, we are under a voluntary 2% spending cap through the state budget. And however, the city's expenditures have increased at an average annual rate of more than 6%. And from 2011 to 16, city-funded expenditures adjusted for surplus transfers have grown at an average annual rate of 6.33%, as a matter of fact. And you compare that to the state spending of less than 2%. So you're in a great spot financially because you have all these surplus dollars, you're increasing spending over 6%. And again, I wanted to ask, because I asked it previously, I'm not sure I got the answer to it, but are you looking at your spending? Are you doing anything with the program to eliminate the gap called the PEG program with your city agencies to try to restrain some of the spending and find some savings for the taxpayers of New York City?
Okay, Senator, let me go over several points that you raised, if I may. First, on that point, Mr. Fulihan can outline the details. We had over $1 billion of savings that we identified in our preliminary budget proposal. We also have said very clearly we are looking seriously at a specific PEG strategy for the executive budget proposal in May, but not a minor matter that we found $1 billion in savings already. Second, some of the growth, a substantial amount of the growth in the budget is related to Hurricane Sandy matters, meaning we are passing through federal dollars from FEMA, from HUD, for Hurricane Sandy relief efforts. That is a temporary condition. When those federal dollars drop up, we anticipate that our budget will actually contract. We also, as you heard earlier, have brand new obligations that came on very suddenly that we are, by law, must abide by, obviously in the case of the city actuary, adding a $600 million charge for this year and every year thereafter. We have an immediate challenge related to health and hospitals. So that budgetary growth is in large measure because of federal funds that are short-term and because of new obligations that we have no choice but to meet. On your other questions, or the other points you made, on the way our tax system is oriented in the city, obviously one of the few places in the state with a personal income tax at the city level. I would say my colleagues here from the city would agree that our property tax rate plus our city income tax is certainly substantial for our taxpayers to have to handle. Finally, on the question of the $600 million on the MAC refinancing, this issue, we believe fundamentally, was settled in 2004 by the New York State Court of Appeals, which made clear that the state had an obligation through 2034, I believe it was, to continue a regular payment of $170 million per year to the city of New York. It was an agreement struck between the two levels of government. It was confirmed by the Court of Appeals. So we believe that has to be honored for the long term.
Thank you, Mayor, for those answers. You know, the bottom line is that the city is awash in money right now, and localities around the state, counties, cities, small cities, villages, towns, would only dream of having surpluses and have to live under the property tax cap. So I want to thank you for your answers, and
I'm sorry, Senator, could we just do a quick response to that last point, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I just want to quickly add, the mayor talked about over $1 billion in the preliminary budget, with more savings to be found in the executive budget, and last year we did over $1.4 billion also in savings. PEG really is a plan to eliminate the gap, which the city has, and it's worth noting that in 18 we are projecting a $2.2 billion gap, and in 19 a $2.9 billion gap, and in 20 a $2.7 billion gap.
Thank you very much.
We also, and the prepayments happens to be under the accounting methods that the city uses. That's how we actually balanced, and those prepayments you talked about are exactly how we proposed in the preliminary budget a balanced budget for fiscal 17.
And finally, the Medicaid challenges that you raise, let's be clear, our situation with our Health and Hospitals Corporation is only going to get more difficult because of larger things happening in federal and state policy. We would very much like to work with the state and join with the state in going to Washington for some of the fundamental changes we'll need. But in the meantime, the financial impact on the city will grow intensely. And again, we don't have a safety net to turn to. We will simply have to take on those costs. So I would just suggest that that's another challenge that will grow for us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We've been joined by Assemblyman Buckwald and Assemblyman Skoufis. Next question.
And Assemblyman Friend.
Next is Assemblyman Cusick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being up here in Albany. It's always good to see you. And it's good that you brought both guys next to you, Dean Fulan and Sharif Solomon, both alum of the State Assembly. It's good to see all of you. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to follow up on some of the discussions that were happening before. There was talk about the property tax cap and the reference that New York City does not have the property tax cap. What is the feeling of the administration on that? I know there is legislation out there to have a property tax cap. We talk about affordable housing. I come from an area that it's majority of the folks are homeowners, and taxes in general are an issue. I know this topic has come up many times.
Sure.
Could you just give us
Yes. I'm a homeowner myself in Brooklyn, and the district I represent in the city council was overwhelmingly an outer borough homeowner district, so I certainly can relate to the concerns that so many of my constituents have. We do not believe in a property tax cap, and it gets right back to the point that there are 3 levels of government, and maybe in the 1970s, when the sense of the relationship between those levels of government was different, and certainly when the federal government had a very different sense of its own obligations and its role, we could assume that in any time of danger, we could turn elsewhere. We have no such illusion at this point in history. So we can't put any artificial barrier in place that might undermine our ability to serve our people and protect our economy and protect the safety of our people. I look at this in a very cold-eyed way. We have to protect the day-to-day life of everyday New Yorkers, the quality of life, the safety. And the investments we're making are about protecting our long-term economic health. We certainly saw what happened in the 1960s and 70s when the city was not fiscally disciplined and did not make the right investments and became less economically viable. We saw the huge domino effect that occurred. We're not going to let that happen, and part of that revolves around making sure that we have the revenue we need to make the investments that will protect everyone's best interests. So we do not believe in a cap. We also know, as I mentioned, the latest figures, again, very sadly, 46% of New Yorkers at or near the poverty level. It's an astounding figure. For us to be able to help people be viable and sustainable, we have to make sure that we have resources available. So in the end, I think this is the prudent long-term path for our city.
Well, again, and I appreciate what you have to go through in balancing a budget as large as New York City, but I know in the outer boroughs, particularly in Staten Island, taxes are a very big part of people's lives, and it's probably the #1 complaint that we get as elected officials, and we need to address something when it comes to the property taxes. On the tax cap, my only suggestion is that the issue with a lot of residents is the predictability, and they know that there is not going to be an increase or anything like that, whereas right now there's no predictability. People have to wonder if there's going to be an increase, and these are things that I think is very important to all residents of New York City.
Well, I would argue, I certainly understand the point. I would argue that we're doing even better for homeowners by not only avoiding the cap, which I think would be ultimately counterproductive, but by not having property tax increases. Now, I understand what you say in terms of predictability. What are we talking about 5 or 10 years ahead? But what I said since I came in the door is we're going to avoid property tax increases. I think the #1 concern homeowners would have is no new increases. We understand there are real challenges around the assessed value and other considerations, but I think job one is to avoid a property tax increase. We have done that by making a series of decisions that both are fiscally disciplined, like our labor contracts, like the healthcare savings that we're achieving, which are unprecedented, but also by laying in the reserves. So God forbid we do have a downturn, and we know, again, it's not if but when, that we can sustain a core level of services and be able to protect, in particular, public safety, while not resorting to a property tax increase. So that is why I fully understand anyone on this panel saying, well, it looks like you have substantial available reserves. We argue those are necessary reserves because they will sadly be eaten up very quickly when the day comes that there's a downturn. Some of them are being eaten up right now because these new costs we talked about before. But I am adamant about guarding against any further property tax increases. And I don't want to do that via a fixed rule. I want to do that by smart budgeting and using our resources wisely.
Okay. It's definitely a discussion I would love to continue with you.
Please.
Because it certainly is the #1 topic in my area and most of the outer boroughs. But I'll move on. I want to thank you and the administration for the work. Another topic that is big all throughout the state is and particularly in Staten Island, is the heroin and opioid epidemic.
Yes.
I know that you have been out there and working with us, but could you give us just an overview of what the city is budgeting this fiscal year to combat the heroin and opioid epidemic?
I'll see if Dean Fulan or Sharif Solomon have the exact dollar figure, but I'll give you the overview. We're very focused on this issue. It's a growing problem, and you may have seen the map in one of the papers the other day of what's happening around the country, even worse in many parts of the country, which is astounding, because I know Staten Island in particular, very hard hit, and many other parts of the 5 boroughs. We are making this a priority in terms of NYPD. We're making it a priority in terms of Department of Education and efforts to get young people to understand what these challenges are before they end up in a dangerous situation. We are doing a lot to work with grassroots organizations to reach parents and help them. We certainly have done a lot working with pharmacies to make the antidote drug available to avoid a fatal overdose. And there's a lot more that will be part of our package. It very much connects with our overall new initiative, Thrive NYC, which is a comprehensive citywide mental health initiative, but we consider the challenges of substance abuse to be absolutely interrelated to mental health challenges in many cases, so we have both of these strategies working together. But what we can say is, particularly as we've applied more and more focus and more energy, we are seeing an impact. And I think NYPD has been a crucial partner, but much more to do because we understand how pervasive this problem is.
No, and I,
We'll get,
I'll let
we'll
them-
get the exact number.
We'll come back to you on those
Thank
specific
you.
numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more issue is you had mentioned that in the city budget, you're providing $337 million in relief for New York City hospitals. Just to be a little local and parochial here, Staten Island is the only borough that does not have a New York City hospital, full service. When you are going through the budgeting for New York City hospitals, I would just request that we can have a conversation about money provided to the existing hospitals to make up for the loss that we don't have a hospital. Particularly after Sandy, we have found that there are certain hospitals that are in flood zones and some that are not. And if another disaster hits, the money is truly needed, not only in Staten Island, but in other areas in New York City.
Yes, thank you, Assemblyman. And as you know, we've tried to provide some additional support in terms of preparing for any kind of natural disaster, and that's been one of our focal points on Staten Island. Second, look, we're going to have to make some very tough choices going forward on health in the hospitals. We're going to have to make a series of reforms. To be optimistic in that process, we can also look at how we can address some of the longstanding equity issues. There's no question that Staten Island has not been given what it deserves, and we want to see how we can fix that issue, but it will unfortunately be against a backdrop of some major changes and reforms that will be very tough to achieve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've been joined by Assemblywoman Mayer and Assemblyman Barron. Senator?
Yes, next it would be Senator Liz Kruger, who is the ranking member on the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's so many of us with so many questions. I'm going to try to do a little lightning round, if it's okay
All right,
with you.
ready.
So Senator Young brought up the amount of Medicaid money New York City gets compared to the rest of the state. Do we get special rules for New York City, or is it just a ratio of the number of poor people drawing down Medicaid throughout the state and the New York City share?
I'd like to ask Dean Fouland to answer. Go ahead.
Exactly. That's the correct answer. We have no administrative or rate-setting powers over Medicaid.
Thank you. And there was also reference to the mandate relief available within this year's budget based on changes in Medicaid law over the last several years. Again, is New York City getting a disproportionate share of mandate relief for Medicaid compared to the rest of the state?
No.
Thank you. We were also asked about, or you raised in your testimony that New York City would be obligated to contribute more per student in charter schools out of your education budget under the governor's proposal. Is that across the board for all localities, or only New York City would be obligated to put more of its education money into the charter formula?
Only New York City.
Only New York City, thank you. So, yes, there's a CUNY system and a SUNY system, but is it the City of New York's position that we should have one higher education system for students who aren't in the City of New York and a different system with less funding for students who happen to be from the City of New York who go to higher education?
No.
Okay, we're letting. And in fact, this proposal that the governor's making, what it does is shift a greater burden to the locality for CUNY students than for SUNY students.
That's correct.
And is it true that CUNY students are already lower income on average than SUNY students throughout the state?
Correct.
So would it be an equity model to require every county to contribute the same ratio to its SUNY system if this is required of the City of New York for CUNY?
As you know, we're asking that proposal not go forward, and as the mayor pointed out, we are taking the governor at his commitment, and we're working through that.
And in your testimony, you talked about increased costs for the City of New York on Medicaid because the governor doesn't, it lifts the state cap on localities having to pick up growth in costs. Is that being applied anywhere else in the state or just in the City of New York?
just in the city of New York if it were to occur.
And then there was discussion about the fact that there's the $170 million per year from the old MAC bond deals, and the mayor discussed the fact that there was a court decision on this. And it was raised that why should the state continue to pay this money, even though the courts apparently decided we're obligated to and we should. How is that number compared to what New York City no longer gets in AIM funding?
It is below what New York City normally gets. It was a commitment in 2005 for 30 years at $170 million a year. We used to receive over $300 million in AIM funding every year, which we are no longer getting.
And do you happen to remember what the state's argument was when it cut New York City's AIM or revenue sharing and left every other locality whole, if even still too low?
No, actually, I remember the city opposing it at that time as being the only city, the only municipality that would not be receiving municipal aid.
And did we put that money back this year?
You did not.
We did not. Thank you. There's also a proposal to change the formula of who pays for expanded or continued services for the homeless through TANF and Safety Net. Can you project, one, is that only for New York City or other localities? And two, what that will mean for New York City going forward?
Well, we actually need more detail on this and more detail on exactly what the homeless plan is, and we're looking forward to those details. The provision you're talking about is in May, and it allows that state actions in the city can be offset with other safety net payments that the state makes basically to single shelters. So there could be an offset. We have asked and we're waiting for the details on that, so I can't give you specific numbers at this point.
But there's reason for us to be concerned until we have those details?
Yes.
Yes. There was discussion about the city not being under a 2% property tax cap and the rest of the state doing so. Ironically, perhaps just since we're sitting here in this conference room, I don't know where the Senate is today on schedule with its on session, but a bill is being voted on in the Senate today that would require a 2% cap in the New York City property tax. I, for the record, am voting no on that. Yes, Senator Lanza is the sponsor, but he's here with us, but I think the bill is going forward in his absence. Sometimes we get to debate his bill. But just for the record, if the Senate law were to go into effect, it would radically impact the budget projections for the city of New York. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, there have to be under 2% cap. And just finally, do you know how much money City of New York taxpayers send to Albany in comparison to what they get back from the state budget? And
The city contributes much more. We'll get you the exact figures, but the city contributes much more than we receive back.
there's a woman with a piece of paper behind you that she's trying to hand you.
We will get it for you in a moment.
You know,
I'm
this,
sorry, it wasn't a trick, but it looked like.
Senator, this lightning round is so fast, we're trying to keep up with it.
So, Mr. Mayor, you went through.
I didn't want to give you the wrong number.
No, I didn't want you to give me the.
60%, it's 57%.
Clarify.
It's 57% that the taxpayers of New York City.
Could you say the whole sentence for everyone's edification?
So we're going to make sure I give it.
Okay.
We're experiencing technical difficulties, Senator.
I appreciate your ability to respond so quickly. I knew that we had so many questionnaires, I was trying to be fast here.
Very good. We'll get that clarified
We're
in just
gonna
one
get
second.
clarified, okay, I appreciate that. And there was one other section of the budget I believe you talked about in the context of housing. It would require 2 additional steps that
Right.
the city of New York would have to go through before it could approve city affordable housing projects.
Correct.
Is there any basis to make the argument that the city of New York hasn't been able to handle this effectively up until now?
No, Senator.
And needs 2 new levels of
No,
oversight?
This recalls the famous phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've been producing an immense amount of affordable housing using the bond cap authority. As I said, we had 1,200 more units that could have been produced had the additional authority been extended to us. I think everyone here wants to see affordable housing built as quickly as possible, and anything that can be done by government done efficiently. And we think adding these additional layers will only slow down the process at a point where thousands and thousands of people are waiting for housing that will allow them and their families to be able to make ends meet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if there's
So
not
I
enough,
will,
yes.
I will answer. It is what I thought. I apologize. Approximately 60%. 60% of the revenues of the state are generated within New York City.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Assemblyman Weapon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming up here in the midst of cleanup, which I know is still taking place, and we're very, considering it was the second largest storm in the history of the city of New York, you know, I don't think you did so badly, although I know there's still some issues outstanding. On another subject, I chair the Assembly Task Force on People with Disabilities, and I was very proud to march with you and former Senator Tom Harkin last summer with your commitment to ADA and the 25th anniversary with Disability Pride Month, and your Commissioner, Victor Calise, does a great job, and I work very closely with his office, and I know you're very committed personally to ADA compliance and to making New York City accessible to all. Having said that, though, as you know, the U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara came out with the results of a 2-year investigation and released that on December 21st, saying that 83% of New York City schools are not ADA compliant. And I know there was supposed to be some response from the city, I believe it was just last week, January 20th. Can you give us what the result of that is and what the fiscal cost might be to bring New York City schools to be ADA compliant?
Well, I'll start, and Dean Foulier may want to join in on the cost issue. First of all, the U.S. Attorney raised, obviously, an important issue. We all care deeply about maximizing accessibility in every way. We've tried to do that in a host of ways in the city, including, for example, ensuring that more of our taxis are accessible, and any number of other areas where we're trying to focus on making the city accessible for all. In terms of the city schools, since approximately 1992, as schools have been built or substantially rehabilitated, that has been done with accessibility standards. In terms of our ongoing efforts to upgrade older schools, we have $100 million in the current budget focused on additional accessibility efforts. 855 of our 1,582 school buildings. So again, 855 out of 1,582 school buildings are either fully or partially accessible. So that's a 54% level. And with only one exception, every one of our 32 districts has at least 8 accessible buildings. So considering we have a school system, many of which the buildings are built 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, we've managed to make real progress on accessibility. We're absolutely committed to it for the long haul, and we'll certainly work closely with the U.S. Attorney. Just by way of reference, walking distance from my home in Brooklyn is a school. It's certainly not typical, but it makes the point, a school that was built in 1875, PS 39. So we're dealing with schools of all different configurations, but it's an ongoing commitment of the city to continue to increase accessibility in our schools.
Okay, and the costs?
The cost of, again, ADA compliance per se, we're in the many billions of dollars, but I don't know if we don't have a specific cost. We can try and give you a better reading on that, but certainly many, many billions of dollars.
Okay, I know you're personally committed, and I would like to work closely with your Office of People with Disability and Commissioner Calise on anything we can do at the state level to make sure that that accessibility occurs. In answer to Senator Kruger's question, my own personal recollection is that AIM was eliminated for the first time for New York City in Governor Patterson's last year, which was my first year up here in 2010, and it was supposed to be only for 1 year only and restored the following year. But when Governor Cuomo came in 2011, he stated that there was no cut because it was already zero from last year. So I think they kind of forgot about what we thought was a commitment between the state in providing AIM the following year. So, you know, I continue to argue that New York City should still continue to get that AIM, and we shouldn't give up on it. That our understanding as legislators was only going to be a one-year time cut, and it would be restored the following year.
Well, we agree with your interpretation, and it's certainly never something we're going to give up on. I think your recollection of history is exactly right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you, but, Mr. Mayor, one of the problems we have is we're going to have elections and people are being moved out of the schools, and Manhattan, the northern end, is hills. So what looks like 3 blocks apart can have to actually be a 100-foot drop and walking 10 blocks and then back. And we've had a lot of problems getting the school secure, the reason why we don't have the voting there. I'd appreciate it if you could look into that so that we don't have a problem where people will be going 10 blocks and 20 blocks when they didn't have to because a railing is loose on the entrance, which could be fixed for $10.
I couldn't agree more. We will follow up with the Board of Elections, and obviously we're deeply concerned about people being able to vote and not finding any hindrance to vote. So I appreciate you raising this, and we'll follow up right away.
Yeah, because I thought they had problems in Brooklyn too with the same thing, losing the schools. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Senator Tony Avella.
Thank you, Madam. It's not on? That's what it is. Yeah, good.
Use another one, Tony. Grab it.
Now it's on. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I think we're still in the morning.
Yes.
I'd like to go back to the property tax cap, the 2% cap that the rest of New York State has. You made a comment earlier in reference to a question from one of the Assembly members about this, that the city hasn't raised its tax rate in a number of years, but I can assure you, everybody watching your comments on TV is probably having the same reaction that I did, is that everybody's assessment goes up every year. And that is a tremendous burden on many homeowners, many seniors, disabled individuals who we want to keep in their homes. And I know at the same time, you've been asking for the state to restore the Medicaid cuts. So I and the IDC, the Independent Democratic Conference, will make this recommendation to you and to the governor, that if you would institute the property tax cap, including assessments in New York City, then we would urge the governor and the legislature to restore the Medicaid funding. Your thoughts?
With real respect, Senator, I think that would be a very dangerous path for New York City. We have to be clear about the fact that, again, we have only ourselves to depend on in a moment of difficulty. And I do understand fully how many of my constituents are facing a burden which is related to, obviously, strangely enough, the success of New York City, the growth and strength of New York City. Our property values have gone up, and with that have gone up the assessments, and that has created a challenge and a burden. But I have to disagree, first of all, that I think, again, as a homeowner myself, there's a big difference between growth of an assessment based on value versus a property tax increase. A property tax increase is another form of negative for a homeowner, another hit on a homeowner, and we're working very, very conscientiously to avoid any scenario where a property tax increase would be necessary. Anything that would artificially limit our ability to put together resources would undermine all of our efforts, whether it be at public safety, affordable housing, education, et cetera, which are necessary for the city's future. And I would argue, again, with real respect, that that trade-off is an unfair trade-off on its face, because the state has an obligation for these Medicaid, to cover these Medicaid expenses, and we're certainly going to remind people the state has that obligation and should consistently hold to that obligation. Anything, look, when this proposal first came out, and again, I want to emphasize, Governor quickly said it would not cost the city a penny, and I appreciate that deeply. But when it came out, what was so interesting was it was criticized by many members of the Senate Assembly. It was criticized by CUNY students. It was criticized by people in the healthcare field. It was criticized by the Citizens Budget Commission and the Manhattan Institute. You don't usually see that particular coalition, but everyone had the same message. That would be the state supplanting its obligations and putting them on the city of New York. And the city of New York, in the end, again, we do not have a safety net. We have to take care of our own no matter what happens, levels of government above us, no matter what happens in the global economy, we have to take care of our own people. So I would not agree that that's a fair deal for New York City.
Well, with all due respect, I'm going to disagree, and I think Senator Young sort of outlined the situation by which the cap was imposed on other municipalities upstate. In return, the state assumed the Medicaid funding. So I think if we should apply the same logic to New York City. And Mr. Mayor, you know I represent a middle-class district, and if we don't help the middle class of this city, we're going to have an exodus like we had years ago. And as property values go up, even though the tax rate is not going up, their assessments are going up dramatically. I heard from a couple of people who got their tax bill just the other day, and they're talking $800 and $900 for a one-family home. For a lot of seniors, they cannot afford that. And if you had the 2% cap, as the rest of the state does, you'd be eligible for a lot of the state relief programs for homeowners. And I would just add, and I'll finish with this because we can obviously follow this up later, but I believe at the end of your statement, you said we're all New Yorkers. And I think it's unfair that New York City homeowners, property owners, don't benefit from the same property tax cap that everybody else in the state has.
Senator, you yourself pay city income tax, and you know that that is not the norm in the rest of the state. So I would urge you to recognize the fact that we have a set of challenges in our city that are different, a set of needs that are different. You know that we cover a lot of things in the city ourselves that are very costly and very challenging. And that, in fact, the notion, I just can't agree with you on any notion of an exodus of a middle class when, in fact, we're seeing the opposite phenomenon. Cities gentrifying. And that comes with some good elements and some really problematic elements. Property values are increasing intensely. There's no flight of the middle class in New York City. We're dealing with, in fact, the reverse phenomenon, trying to figure out how best to navigate it. But I'll tell you one thing. What would start to threaten the existence of the middle class in New York City is if we did not invest in public safety, if we did not invest in a better education system. Everyone knows we have sustained public safety gains, but that will only continue if we make the right investments, protecting both our communities and our officers. Everyone knows our school system is still not where it needs to be for the 21st century economy. We must make those investments. Our infrastructure, I'm sure you would agree, is far beyond where it needs to be for a major global economic capital. We're far, far behind some of our competitors that have made massive infrastructure investments because their federal governments, their national governments believe in that as a priority. Ours doesn't. So we end up having to do it. So I just have to remind you that if we cannot we don't have the resources to protect the quality of life in our city, the safety of our city, the infrastructure of our city, that's what will actually threaten the middle class.
Well, Mr. Mayor, again, I'm not going to debate you on this. I would disagree. All those things you mentioned, of course we want to do that. But as you well know, balancing the budget is taking issues and rectifying what are the needs. And I would just think that, and again, I disagree with you because I hear from people in my district every day that they're going to leave the city of New York because of the taxes, and the property tax is one of them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Senator.
We've been joined by Assemblyman Walter.
Assemblyman Brennan.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
You identified as a concern the proposal by the governor that the city be required to pick up 30% of the CUNY senior college budget then you indicated that you had learned that the governor was clarifying this proposal to assure that reforms and efficiencies would achieve those savings, and therefore there wouldn't be impose this burden on the city government. Can you imagine how reforms and efficiencies could cover 30% of the budget of the city university?
Let me separate 2 points within this, if I may. The governor put forward the proposal, and then the governor clarified the proposal. So obviously, I would urge the legislature to get clarity from the governor on how he intends to proceed. In the terms of the question of looking for reforms and efficiencies, we think that's a smart thing to do in government in general. We look forward to sitting down, hopefully as early as next week, city and state officials to talk about these two areas, Medicaid and CUNY, and see if there are some available options. But that process has not begun, so I can't tell you at this moment what it will yield on what kind of timeline. We take the governor at his word on the statement that for this budget, it will not cost the city a penny, and that's what I think we should all hold to and hold him to. But those conversations on the details have not yet begun.
I guess also by the same token, forcing the city government to once again cover the full increased cost of the Medicaid program, which you indicated would cost $1 billion a year by 2021, approximately. Given the fact that the Medicaid managed care system now underpays our hospitals, both HHC and the voluntaries, by very substantial amounts, does not cover their cost of care, I think it'd be very dangerous to force the city to find another $1 billion worth of savings in the Medicaid program just inside the city of New York itself.
I think there's two areas here that collide in effect. The proposed cuts, which again we look forward to being handled in a way that does not affect the city directly, and the challenge we're having with health and hospitals, which is absolutely, as you say, is related to a series of policy changes. Some that are part of the Affordable Care Act, which is, I think, a fundamental step forward for this country was the Affordable Care Act. But there were some elements of it that had, I think, unintended consequences for our public health systems. Some of the Medicaid reform that the state achieved, again, in many ways a very good policy, had some real unintended consequences for our public health system. We're seeing a number of factors collide. They're making the economics of public health systems, not only here, but all over the state, all over the country, less and less viable. So we're going to have to come up with some different solutions because a huge number of our citizens rely on those public hospitals.
Thank you. I just also wanted to mention that I share your view that the state should restore the AIM funding to the City of New York, once known as revenue sharing. Just as an aside, New York City's revenue sharing from the state in 1990 was $500 million, and it was Governor Spitzer who actually started trying to cut revenue sharing. We had restored about half of it when the recession hit, and that's how the remainder got wiped out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Next, it would be Senator Kathy Marchione.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor, for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
I serve as the chairman for local government for the Senate. And I hear it all the time, how we're one state. We need to be one state. I watch the remainder of the state outside of New York City struggling, coming in and appearing before local government about how difficult it is to live within the 2% tax cap, which isn't even 2%. This year it's much less. But I listen to you tell me that we are one state, but I see your spending at 6%. I have difficulties stating at one point that we're one state, and then in the next mouthful saying, it's okay because I have needs. Every single municipality that has come before us has a unique set of circumstances that requires them to do the best they can for the residents. But they're doing their best to live under the 2% tax cap. I wonder, and I'm asking your opinion, if the executive didn't actually require you to pay a portion of your Medicaid, even though I know you're saving like $145 million because it's only 2% this year, because you're not adhering to a 2% tax cap that we self-impose and that we have imposed upon every other municipality and government in New York State, except for New York City.
Well, again, Senator, I appreciate the point, and I think everyone's struggling in different ways.
They are.
And I would never for a moment belittle the challenges being faced by municipalities all over the state. We have an unusual reality because we have an income tax. So that means for the average taxpayer, they are paying both a city property tax and a city income tax. And probably it would be healthy for all of us to look at the overall impact that means and to compare across localities. But I think the bigger point here is we have a host of challenges that I think are particularly large and complicated in our city. Again, that aging infrastructure, I know it's a problem all over the state. Ours is just extraordinary in its size. For example, bridges over 100 years old in the city of New York, I believe it's 160 such bridges. So we just have the sheer weight of so many years of expenses that were deferred. I mentioned our public housing authority, home for 400,000 people. That public housing authority alone has a $17 billion unmet capital need level. So I'm not trying to, if you will, compare scars. Everyone's got problems and challenges. What I would say is that our taxpayers, and it's a long-standing tradition, pay two types of taxes. Our challenges are particular and in many ways growing. Some of the new obligations we're being hit with are different than what's happening in some other places. We're also trying to be honest about the fact that, and we say this almost in a spirit of collegiality, we know when trouble hits, and it will, we can't come up here and pretend to say to you, as the state is dealing with its own problems and other municipalities are dealing with theirs, we're not going to be able to say to you, bail us out. We're going to have to do that to the maximum extent possible ourselves. So that's why we, considering ourselves in a sense to have to meet our own obligations in times of trouble, that's one reason why a cap would be counterproductive. But I think the point that Dean Fullhan made earlier, and I say this in a positive vein, because we all interconnected. If we're paying upwards of 60% of the revenue goes into state coffers, I don't begrudge that. I think that's something that's my obligation to keep doing, in the sense of having a strong economy that creates jobs, that grows, that creates more revenue for all. I'm trying to do the things that will allow that to happen. What I hear from business leaders all the time: number one concern, public safety, where we're continuing to invest. Second concern, education. Third concern, affordable housing. We get those pieces right, we will continue to build the New York City economy for the good of the whole state. As I said, we're on our way, I think quite soon in the scheme of things, to a 9 million person population, which is also going to create a whole series of strains. But with many benefits for the entire metropolitan area and the entire state. That's my argument about why I think we should avoid a strategy that actually could limit that growth and undermine our ability to handle the downturns when they do come.
Thank you, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I do agree that New York City is critically important to all of us in New York State. And I understand that you have a different set of circumstances. I myself come from a district last week, that a water line broke. It was a main line. It was 110 years old. The size and the magnitude of what you have is different, but the problems are pretty much the same.
Exactly. I agree with that.
And they're living under a 2% tax cap. So I understand what you're saying, but the rest of us are doing our very best to make sure we can save billions of dollars for people who live here in New York State. And I believe that New York City, although larger, although have your unique set of circumstances, if we're one state, then we're one state, and we should be under the same guidelines to save our taxpayers' dollars. My next question came from something you said about rent control, that we need to have more rent control. A one-bedroom apartment is $3,100, and the state is providing $1,500. When you increase your budget by 6%, aren't those taxes that additional monies being passed on to your taxpayers so that although we want more rent control paid for by the state, when you're adding to your tax burden, then you're adding to the amount that those owners of those properties have to charge to pay the additional tax. Am I missing something here?
Well, I would just say I think there's a couple additional pieces to the puzzle. First of all, a lot of that growth over the last few years is a result of Hurricane Sandy, and that's very specific. Remember, our representatives in Washington fought very hard for the kind of relief that New York City, New York State, New Jersey deserved as a result of Sandy, the kind of relief that other areas of the country had gotten when they experienced such disasters. There's no question Sandy was the biggest natural disaster in the history of New York City. Massive amount of damage caused. So when those resources came in from FEMA, came in from HUD, they went into our city budget. They positively inflated our city budget. They will be spent on resiliency efforts and recovery efforts. And then that will be gone from the budget. So again, that budget will contract when this immediate cycle of federal funding is over. The other fact, again, major new obligations, which for us are very striking. The fact that we had a 1-2 punch of the actuary change and the specific needs of our Health and Hospitals Corporation that meant $1 billion additional charge in this fiscal year alone. These are situations I think are specific challenges. Again, I agree with you 100%. Every place has a challenge. Each one is different. These are some of ours, both the negative of the $1 billion that we were suddenly hit with, the positive of the federal aid, but knowing that that federal aid will then be used and no longer appear in the budget. So that, I think, modifies a little bit some of the points that you're making. But look, overall, we're simply trying to put the pieces together in a way that is sustainable for this city and for the good of our city economy. I think we both agree, if we failed to take the right steps and New York City started to falter, everyone would be hurt by that. And that's what happened in the 60s and 70s. Let's face it, we saw it with our own eyes. Government made the wrong choices. Government was not fiscally disciplined, did not put reserves in place. When the bad times came, there was nothing to fall back on, and didn't make the kind of investments that kept the city economically viable. We're trying to learn, unfortunately, the lessons of the past and make the adjustments that will allow us to be strong for the good of all going forward. So that's our core strategy, and it is a different approach. Every place has to tailor the approach to their own needs. This is the one that we think is working, and I hope we can all agree that some of these numbers are really encouraging for all of us. We've got 213,000 new jobs in New York City. That's a blessing for this whole state. And it's our job to keep that going.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think I just want to end on this point to say that you're not on your own. As you've been saying, you're on your own. Not one of us sitting up here are on our own. When you have problems with Hurricane Sandy, the state came in, the federal government came in. When I had problems with my water line, I went to the governor's office to ask for some assistance. We're not on our own. We're one state. And when we're in need, as I believe you got a lot of money in the budget this year going into transportation to fix major important things in the state budget, we're not on our own.
Senator, if I may, I appreciate and I agree with you, there are certainly areas where there's been extraordinary commonality. This recent storm is a great example. Tremendously good coordination between the city and the state, the MTA, et cetera, and everyone working in common cause. I would differentiate in an economic downturn. I really would. I say this with absolute respect for your point. I think Sandy and other natural disasters are one type of category, and you'll remember that the federal government was rather slow to respond in terms of the financial support, and it took a real fight in Washington to get there, different than it would have been 10 or 20 years ago. So I think there was a lot of concern about whether the standards were changing in terms of federal obligation and disaster. But what I was referring to is in an economic downturn where the revenues of the state will be deeply affected, the revenues of the federal government will be affected. When I say we're on its own, it's an acknowledgement of the fact that everyone will be hurting, and we won't be in a position to ask for additional help, even if we're hurting, even if we're cutting vital services. We know we can't turn to people who already have had their own revenue cut to ask for help. That's where we believe the prudent thing to do is to save for that rainy day. That's the way we look at it.
And those in upstate New York, we are in a downturn economically. We're not as vibrant as you are in New York City. And even though they are in an economic downturn, they're still staying within the 2% tax cap, or doing the very, very best that they can. My last question. I've listened to you talk about police protection, and I guess I'm looking for an update on where police relations stand in the city. Specifically, do the courageous men and women of law enforcement have the support financially, materially, personally they need to continue doing the important jobs that they do?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. First of all, I'm very proud to say I gave them the finest police leader in the United States of America in Bill Bratton. He and his leadership team have done an extraordinary job. 2 years running now, we have driven down major crime across the 7 major crime categories. We have a 5.8% decrease in crime over 2 years. We are adding resources for the latest police vests for every one of our officers to protect them. We're adding resources for technology like shot detection systems. That's in our current city budget, so that our officers have immediate alerts when a shot is fired in key areas of the city, and it also helps them tremendously in the investigation efforts. We're adding resources so that every single one of our officers has the most up-to-date technology, so they can get, for example, a suspect description and even a photo or a sketch of a suspect in their hand on an iPhone instantly. Something that wasn't true just a year ago now is becoming common for every single officer. That's going to greatly intensify their ability to protect both communities and themselves when they have that kind of information. The most training our officers have ever received, including tactical training that helps to keep them safe. Every single member of our force being trained. A 500 plus person critical response command. I'm very proud of this change we made in June. It is an anti-terror unit, a standalone, dedicated anti-terror unit, well-armed, well-trained, that we can use, obviously, given that we are sadly, one of the #1 global terror targets. This unit used to be drawn off, the similar unit was drawn off of individual police precincts on a temporary basis. We're now going to have 500 plus officers who do only anti-terror operations. We think that's going to help them be ever more effective at preventing terror in the city. An overall increase of 2,000 officers in patrol strength, again, the first increase since 2001 to help us sustain our safety. And obviously, I think police officers will be the first to say, one of the best ways to keep them safe is to add to the ranks and give them the backup they deserve, and we're doing that.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you for your answers.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Malliotakis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to your staff for keeping me informed during the snowstorm. We appreciate the open communication. I just wanted to talk also about this property tax cap. Last year, we supported rent control legislation for the city of New York, as well as we saw the Rent Control Board, of which you appoint all 9 members, implement a rent freeze. But we really don't see the same type of empathy for the property taxpayers in the city of New York, or aside from property taxes, we could even say like a water bill freeze, which puts many landlords in a jam here if you're going to freeze the rents. But my homeowners, I think, are in a situation now where if this budget goes through as is, we're going to see them be doubly hit. 1, because their property taxes will not be capped, and 2, then they also have to take on the burden of the $650 million over the next 3 years for Medicaid. So I'm very disappointed that you don't support the cap. I'll continue to advocate that with my colleagues, but I hope you really reconsider, because I think that the property taxpayers in the city of New York deserve the same type of relief that you've put forth for the rent payers in the city.
Well, Assemblymember, may I speak to that?
Sure.
First of all, I want to emphasize, with the Rent Guidelines Board, the charge that I've given them is to look at the real expenses each year and to adjust the increases in rent according to the real expenses that landlords have. You will remember that the first year was one number, second year was a different number. Every year you're going to see a different number according to the facts. Now, one thing that did change in the last couple of years, it's well known, is the price of fuel went way down. In the past, honestly, when such a change occurred in favor of the landlord's bottom line, it was not necessarily reflected in the rent increase of tenants. In fact, the rent increase of tenants stayed fairly substantial regardless of whether the cost of landlords went up or down. We have a different view. We believe it should be a very clear process to identify what those costs are. When costs of landlords go down, tenants should have that savings reflected in their rent situation. When it goes up, we should also pass that along.
But the water bills and the property taxes have
Again?
continued. The water bills and the property taxes have continued to rise, but more specifically, instead of the landlords, I want to focus on my constituents, who are the homeowners and residential homeowners on Staten Island and in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. I also just, maybe you can answer this question because no one seems to be able to give me a straight answer of why those individuals who paid their property taxes in full last year were hit with a notice in September saying that they owed more money.
Could you be specific about that?
Okay, so for instance, I'm a property tax owner, and I paid my taxes in full, and then in September I received a notice saying, oh, by the way, you owe another $100 or $200, and I think it was a percentage, a point, I'm not sure the exact percentage that increased, but I found that to be very odd, that someone who had paid their property taxes in full received another bill later on saying that they owed more money, and then I found out that many other constituents in my community were hit with the same type of notice.
I'll get a clarification to you. Again, as I said, we're adamant about not increasing the rate. We know a number of people's assessment has gone up, and that's affected them. But I'll get back to you on the specific point you're raising. I just want to make one other point on your previous point on the water bills. One of the things I talked about when I was public advocate was ending the practice of the city using water bills as a general revenue source. We've incrementally moved on that, and we're going to be at a point soon when we end that practice entirely. And from that point on, the water bill will only reflect the costs of maintaining the water system. Now, I do want to emphasize, Lord knows nothing more important than water to human life, and our system is extraordinary, and it has been, it's one of the great virtues of New York City is having such a great water system. It is costly to maintain. But what I feel adamantly, and I'm a homeowner too, is that we should only pay through a water bill for water and nothing else. So we're making those adjustments rapidly. Second, we've added in protections for senior citizens, low-income homeowners to try to lessen the impact of water bill increases on them, and those are available to constituents. So I want you to be aware of that.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I remember when you were the public advocate and you called for water bills to be frozen, and now that you're mayor, it seems that there's been a change of heart. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you on that front. Regarding the $337 million for the HHC, I want to also add my voice to that of Assemblyman Cusick, who said that we would really like Staten Island to be considered. You mentioned in your remarks, you used the term fair and proportional. Staten Island would like to be considered fair, receive their funds fair and proportionally as well when it comes to the HHC, because there are 11 public hospitals throughout the city of New York, and none of them are in the borough of Staten Island. And so, not that we are advocating for a public hospital, but we would like to have our proportional funds supporting those two hospitals that we do have and are certainly at capacity. So we appreciate if you would consider that.
Yes.
Also, with regard to the city adding $868 million, or putting forth an $868 million capital plan for to add 11,800 seats in schools throughout the city. I can't stress to you enough how the schools in my district, as I'm sure many others here, are at capacity, whether it's 100% over capacity, 150% over capacity. One school in particular, PS 13 in my district in Rosebank, which I share with Senator Savino, they've been advocating for a K-8 with the new development of Mount Manresa and your affordable housing plan to add 200,000 affordable housing units. We really need to address this issue of overcapacity, and we hope you'll be looking at those schools in my district. And I'd like to talk to you further at another time about the particular issues that we have in Staten Island and Bay Ridge.
Absolutely, I look forward to that, and I would say, you know, as you indicate in the capital budget, we have announced an additional 11,800 seats, bringing us to a grand total of 44,000, I believe it is, for this capital plan. There'll be more in the next capital plan, which is after fiscal 20. We have a profound problem with overcrowding. This number we've reached by adding the 11,800 is the number we believe not only that we can afford, but that is physically reachable within the time frame, the next 3 years of the capital plan. So our charge to the School Construction Authority was to tell us what was the maximum you could actually build practically in that time frame. And this is what they come back with. No surprise to you that as this city continues growing, finding the space and putting together the lots for a new school and constructing the new school is more difficult all the time. We're committed to these numbers and the ones after, but this is what we think is the outer limit for the next few years.
Okay, with some of the parochial schools closing, I think we may have opportunities on Staten Island to expand. So I would like to speak with you at a later
Absolutely.
time.
And we have a running dialogue with the Archdiocese and also with the Diocese of Brooklyn and Queens that we have an interest in any and all properties that come online, whether for schools or other uses.
Great. With regards to the 41,000 units that you have achieved in affordable housing and the 200,000 that you have planned for, how much of that is senior housing? We have a terrible crisis in my community of a tremendous amount of seniors without housing that's affordable for them. Can you give me any specifics?
The overall plan calls for a minimum of 10,000 units of senior housing. Now, obviously, some of the housing that is being created that will not be phrased as senior housing will still go to seniors, but the minimum that we're allotting specifically to reach seniors is 10,000, and we're looking for ways to add upon that.
10,000 out of the 200,000?
Correct.
That seems like a very low number, but also what about out of the 41,000 that has already been achieved?
Again?
The 41,000 that has already been achieved?
Right.
Is that included in the 200,000, or is that
Yes,
separate?
the 41,000 out of the 200,000.
Okay, well, I hope, if we could look more at the senior population here, especially, I happen to represent one of the largest populations of senior citizens in my district, and so I think that this is something that has come to me time and again out in the community. I have one last question regarding Hurricane Sandy and the Build It Back program. Are we still on schedule to complete the Build It Back construction by the end of this year?
Yes, I asked this question of Amy Peterson, who's the director of that program, and I think has done an outstanding job. I ask her every few weeks. We are adamant. For the single-family homes, we know some of the multifamilies, it's a little more complicated. For the single-family homes, by December 31st this year.
Okay. I've also been speaking with Amy Peterson, and I agree that she has been very responsive to my office and has taken our recommendations into consideration and has helped us accomplish some of these goals. With regards to the abandoned properties on Staten Island, myself and Senator Lanza and our Councilman Steve Matteo, we have written to you and Amy Peterson regarding having the city purchase for acquisition for redevelopment those homes that have been abandoned during Hurricane Sandy. I understand that there's a favorable outcome. I just wanted to, if you could share the details.
For this question, I appreciate very much the question, and appreciate that you and your colleagues have really pushed us to look at this as another good option. I would like to call in a relief.
Constituents in my office that would like to.
I'm sorry, say again?
We received some constituents over the last few years that have missed the Build It Back deadline, would like to be in the program. Do you anticipate opening up the program again for applicants should you have money left over?
I do not anticipate that. We don't see a scenario at this moment where there will be money left over, but most importantly, we've set this deadline after a very extensive process. To many opportunities were given people to participate. A lot of people chose not to. Some people who thought they were eligible were not. But we feel fundamentally the door was open for a long time. It's time to put Sandy behind us, get this job done, and move on.
Okay, and please let my office know how we can be helpful in achieving this goal, making sure we do finish, indeed, the construction by the end of the year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker would be Senator Ruben Diaz.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, whatever it is.
Mr. Mayor, yesterday I wrote in my column that what you should know, and I give you praise.
I saw that, Senator. I was very appreciative.
You know that's very
We
rare.
monitor your statements closely, Senator.
Yeah, but today we're gonna change.
Okay. Well,
today we're changing.
You know, Senator, it was fun while it
Today I go
lasted.
back to normal.
It was fun while it lasted.
Okay. I want to talk about the homeless situation in the city of New York. We have about 40,000 families in shelters. There are community-based organizations sponsoring these programs, some of them. And they are landlords. So, Mr. Scott Stringer, the controller of the city of New York, has decided that to stop payment and not to sign the contracts. That have forced some organization to borrow money, community-based organization to borrow money from the banks to pay interest that the city will not pay them, will not reimburse them. And also, families that need services are paying the price and are being discriminated. I think that what Controller String is doing is very damaging to the families and to the community-based organizations. Because if a landlord has some kind of violation, then hold the landlord's money, but let the community organization continue providing the good services. My question to you is, why have you not sued Scott Stringer, the New York City Controller, and to compel him to register the contract as the law requires?
Well, Senator, the goal always in government is to see if we can work things out, and we're in the process of, we think, productive conversations with the controller on that issue, and that right now we are not being hindered from doing the work we have to do. We're making sure that providers who are doing their job get the resources they need. Look, at the same time, we have a lot we have to address in terms of the homelessness crisis. We look forward to working, for example, with the State Controller, Tom DiNapoli, and with Controller Stringer, auditing the shelters together, making sure the repairs happen that are needed. We're doing a host of reforms in terms of homelessness, our new Homestead outreach effort, obviously the 15,000 units of supportive housing that we've committed to. We're very, very happy the governor's committed to additional units. What we're doing all the time to prevent homelessness in the first instance, which has been more and more successful, and the 22,000 people who were in shelter who we got out of shelter and got to better housing. We're going to deepen all those efforts. When it comes to the question with the city controller, we think we're moving productively to resolve that issue and to make sure that the providers who are doing their work the right way do continue to get the resources they need.
Because I'm afraid that now with the new power that the governor gave to controllers, I mean, the family going to continue suffering. We have to protect the families.
Of course.
We have to be sure that those people in the shelters get the right services, good services. Even though I'm going to repeat myself again, some landlords might have some violations. Hold the landlord's money, but don't punish the community-based organization and the recipients.
Well, Senator, what I'd say is, first of all, the way the governor structured his policy, it is an audit process led by the state controller. And I've talked to the governor about this, and I've talked to the state controller about it. It is led statewide by the state controller, working with the local controller in New York City and in Buffalo. It is not, they are not controlling the shelters. The shelters continue to be operated by our nonprofit partners, or in some cases by the city directly. That will continue. The audit will provide us information about things that need to be improved. So we continue to have the same oversight of shelters we've had, the same operations we've had. I agree with you entirely. If we find a shelter with a problem, we're not going to penalize the people who are being sheltered. We're going to make sure that shelter continues to be fixed. And I agree with the formulation the governor put forward in the State of the State. If we find a shelter operator who needs to do better, we'll make sure they do better. If we find one that just isn't up to it, we can replace them with another good operator, we'll do that. In a very small number of cases, I think we're going to find a few shelters that need to be closed wholesale, and we'll use a different location. But most importantly, we're not going to penalize the people who are already suffering.
That's
we're
what
going to
we're
make
doing
sure.
now. That's what we are-
And there's
that's
nothing, just to clarify, there's nothing in what the governor has said or that either comptroller has said or done that stops us from continuing to make sure that the shelters operate and that providers get the resources they need.
I appreciate you agree with me on that because I believe that that's what the controller is doing. He's punishing, he's penalizing the wrong people, and that sounds like discrimination to me. But let me ask you one more question and then I finish because we have to make a long line here to get our 15 minutes of fame. And so let me get another question. How come we have so big discrepancies in payment? Some people, some homeless organization getting for doing the same kind of work. Some are getting paid in a higher rate than others. And it doesn't sound right. It sounds why?
Right. Senator, I think you raise an important point. Look.
Oh, man, I'm eating good today.
Yeah, I think the simplest, I talked about this at length a couple weeks back. The status quo that's existed in our shelter system is not acceptable to me, nor is the overall status quo of homelessness in the city. It's gone on for decades. It's grown over decades. Between 2011, when the Advantage program was cut, in that budget that year, that state budget, and the city budget, and the end of the previous administration, that was just a 2.5-year time frame. Shelter population went up by 13,000 people in just 2.5 years in the previous administration. So, and I've been dealing with additional challenges as well. So my bottom line message to everyone in New York City is that we're not going to accept the status quo in homelessness, which is why we're changing so many of the strategies. But as part of our 90-day review of the operations of the Department of Homeless Services, we're going to look at the contracting process and to make sure that there is parity in the way contracts are handled.
Thank you, because we're talking about raising the minimum wage to people, but people cannot suffer. But you have, throughout the city of New York, so many community-based organizations trying to provide services to the needy, and then some of them are struggling, and others getting a high rate, others getting low rate. I mean, I have an organization in the Bronx that getting $60 per night per person, while others are getting $143.
No, we're going. That is part of the review for sure, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations for the good job on the snow.
You're a good man. Thank you.
Luis Sepulveda told me to say that.
Always lively with Senator Diaz. I do want to point out that we have been joined by Senator Jesse Hamilton and Senator Phil Boyle. Assemblyman?
Thank you, Senator. Assemblywoman Nolan?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. First, just quickly, a personal note. I want to congratulate Senator Young on a really wonderful achievement for women here in the legislature, which is to be the lead member, the chair of such an important committee. When I got here, the only woman who served on this committee was the late Assemblywoman from Brooklyn, Eileen Dugan, and she was here all alone. It was her first years on these committees. So though I philosophically don't agree with anything you said, and I certainly share,
Nothing new.
and I completely agree with Liz's comments, I just had to take that personal note to congratulate you and wish you well on such a really important achievement for women here in the building.
Thank you, Kathy. You're a good friend. Thank you.
And you did a great job for the issues that you represent. We just don't agree. But let me ask the mayor quickly about the Smart Schools Bond Act. We have a lot of education questions, but we'll save some of them for the chancellor tomorrow. But the city was promised $700 million. You know, because I've asked you, this is the third time now, and I certainly asked Mayor Bloomberg and his predecessors. I represent, and many of us in Queens have trailers. When we talk about things like overcrowding in our schools or disability accessibility, the trail has really crystallized that, because we still have 10,000 and more children, though I think the number may finally be down to 8, that attend classes in substandard trailer in the city of New York. That amount is larger than most of the other 600+ school districts. So how are we doing on trailers? That's, I guess, our first thing. And generally, I thought the governor promised you $700 million. I thought we promised you $700 million in that bond act. I'm wondering if you've seen any of it yet.
Let me speak to the first question, and then ask Dean and Sharif to speak to what we've overall seen from the Bond Act, specifically on the question of trailers. So just a quick recap of recent history at the end of the previous administration in the city. 352 trailers at 120 sites, and overwhelmingly, as you know, in overcrowded districts, particularly in Queens. We have now eliminated 70, with an additional 100 slated for elimination in the near term. So as this plan proceeds, basically 170 out of the 350 we inherited, we're about half of them now that we will have removed quickly. And in terms of the funding, our capital plan provides $450 million for trailer removal and for the alternatives needed, $100 million of which comes from the Smart Schools Bond Act.
Has any Smart Schools Bond Act money been released or authorized, or?
Has any been released, and what kind of total?
No. Well, our understanding is that the plan will be finalized over the next month. I want to be sure of that. Yes, over the next month. So we have not received that yet.
Okay, thank you. And then just generally on education, the regions, as you know, the region's submission is for a $2.9, I think it was, $billion increase to finally begin to move forward on the campaign for fiscal equity settlement. The governor came in with a number he feels is reasonable, understandably, has to balance the budget. But having said that, it's, in my opinion, not enough. Many of us in the Assembly would like to see more on foundation aid, and I wondered if you would care to comment on the city's position on what it needs to run its schools. Not a share, not some formula that goes back into the mists of time, but what do you need to, from the state to assist our city school children?
When you think about, I appreciate the question deeply, when you think about the history of this city and what it's led us to, we're now only about a third of our kids are reading at third grade level. And unfortunately, well under half of our kids who even graduate are actually college ready by the state's own standards. We have a long way to go in bringing our schools up to the level they need to be at, both for the good of our children, but also to have a viable workforce for the 21st century economy. The commitment made by the Court of Appeals in the Campaign for Fiscal Equity suit is as pertinent today as ever, because the demands are greater than ever. We have made a series of major new investments in our schools, but we know we cannot go as far as we need to until we see that kind of fundamental change. That kind of funding would allow us once and for all to address the equity issues that you know better than anyone have gone unaddressed for many, many years. To really once and for all address the fair school funding formula properly would require that the $2 billion or so that we would get additionally under Campaign for Fiscal Equity were provided to the city. So we have a lot we could do and a lot of wrongs we could right, but we can't do it on the level necessary for our kids until we see that kind of budgetary fairness.
Thank you. And then just one quick question with the remaining minutes. I thank the chairman. As you know, I represent Long Island City, and we're a growing community. The number of residential units has skyrocketed. We still don't really feel the city planning people have really come up with an adequate plan for example, fire service. We've talked to you about trying to get a reopening of a firehouse. We have all kinds of needs down there, both schools, which I know your budget proposes, building some there, because we have nothing to offer people. But even as basic as the issues with snow plowing or residential pickup, it's still a commercial sanitation pickup zone, for example. And I would just ask that you consider having some kind of response to us about Long Island City as it grows in all the city services, whether it's EMS, fire. The precinct down there has got to be over 110-year-old building in the midst of all these giant high-rises. I don't even know if it has adequate bathroom service for the men and women that work there. So we really need somebody to take a look at that. It's a local question, but I have to ask it. And then just if either of your wonderful table mates there want to respond on the Smart Schools Bond Act, the trailers, or any of these education issues, we're happy to get some more follow-up. We still have a long way to go on the trailers, particularly in the high school level, which I understand has never been properly counted. When you talk about 120 sites, I'm not sure. I think that may just be elementary and middle school. Maybe someone can clarify that for me, because apparently since high school kids only go to trailers for a single class, like a science class, that's not counted, and it's just wrong. So we need to really get a handle on the trailer issue still moving forward, but it is progress that 70 of them are gone, and we hope to see more progress, and get that Smart Schools Bond Act money there.
I appreciate it. Yes, we are hard at work on removing the next 100. I want to do that as quickly as possible. We'll keep you updated on that. I think we can get you the 120 sites to confirm how high schools are treated, so we'll get you that list. On the Long Island City issue, I agree. Again, a good challenge on one level to have areas that are growing and doing so well, but the infrastructure has to be there. And this is an area where, as council member, as public advocate, I was very critical of the city government not adequately recognizing infrastructure needs. We have put more and more money into infrastructure. One of the ways we did it was with that capital stabilization reserve, which allowed us to make sure we could keep up our debt service payments. But I said the other day when I did one of my presentations, I think our constituents want infrastructure spending more than ever in the past on exactly what you described. As areas are growing, we need to support them with all the different pieces that people expect. We'll keep making that investment on a capital level because we know it's such a priority for our neighborhoods.
But we do want to see down the road whether the city will reopen that firehouse or do some other responses to the explosion of population in what was once a factory area. So we're going to continue to follow up with you on that. And on that same line, there are a number of new housing developments. You and I attended the groundbreaking for one,
yes.
And much to both of our mutual surprise, there was an issue there that we were under the assumption when we passed a bill here in Albany that was going to be a labor union project, and that seems to have broken down. It's not design build, it's not a union job. That's just unacceptable, I know, to both of us, and I would just ask for some follow-up on that. When we were there that day, we spoke with people from the building trades who were extremely unhappy about that, as they should be, because that was never what was intended. So, just generally, as we grow Long Island City and we grow the waterfront, we need to have a more comprehensive approach, whether it's through city planning or your office, to come up with fire service, make sure that these buildings are being built properly, that these high-rises are being built with the right labor force and not just a fly-by-night group, and just generally come up with the schools and the services that people will need in the future.
Thank you.
And thank you and congratulations again, Senator. Thank you. And thank you, Chairman Farrell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Senator Andrew Lanza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor de Blasio. It's great to see you. I was not going to speak because I enjoy the opportunity of speaking to you and your staff and your administration on a regular basis concerning the needs of our shared constituents. However, this afternoon, much discussion has centered around my legislation concerning the property tax cap for New York City, and I thought it important that I speak publicly to some of the comments that have been made and also hopefully clarify some of the aspects of that legislation. In your statement, you talked about the affordable housing crisis that exists in New York City and the fact that New Yorkers are concerned about the cost of housing and whether they're going to be able to live in the city of New York. And that is a concern that I share with you, Mayor. The middle class feel that concern as well. In your opening statement, you discussed the chasm between the very, very wealthy. I think you said for every multi-million-dollar condo that is built in New York City, there are more and more people who don't have a place to live which they can afford. In between that are the middle class who are being squeezed. And in response to Senator Vella, you talked about the middle class being growing in New York City, and I'm not sure that is correct. I think your first statement is correct, that we have more wealthy and more poor. And the middle class, I see, leaving in leaps and bounds. I see that on Staten Island. And this has been going on long before you became mayor. People are leaving, people I grew up with are leaving to places like Delaware and Maryland and North Carolina and South Carolina and other places. And when you talk to them about why it is they've decided to leave with their families, the place that they were either born or have called home, they universally tell me and will say that it is because the cost of living in New York City is too high for a family. And when you look at the components of the cost of living, especially of home ownership, because as Senator Marchione pointed out, if you're a renter, you pay that increase as well. It's passed down to you. But the components that factor into that cost of living are the property tax in New York City, the income tax, the water bill that has been mentioned, the taxes on everything associated with home ownership, like the tax on heating and cooling your home, the electricity, the natural gas, the heating oil, the telephone bill, and it goes on, and it's one big basket that a family needs to pay if they are going to be able to afford to live in New York City. Senator Kruger and I enjoy a healthy debate, usually on the floor of the Senate, over this legislation. I think we missed it today, Senator Kruger. I believe the bill has passed. Let me tell you why I proposed and authored this legislation a few years ago. It was at that time that Senator Kruger joined me in passing a 2% property tax cap for the rest of the state. And I just thought that fairness dictates that the folks in New York City that we serve also enjoy that same protection. And so that's the genesis for this legislation. That New York City should live within its means, and that the homeowners and renters in New York City should be protected by that same cap that the rest of the state enjoys. I think, not to get him in trouble, but Assemblyman Cusick is the sponsor of this legislation in the Assembly. You pointed out that we need to be able to address emergencies as they arrive. In the wake of September 11th, the single largest increase in New York City property taxes, I think it was 18.5%, followed by another 7%, in the history of the city of New York was enacted. I thought that went too far, and so do most of my constituents. But nevertheless, Mayor, I want you to know that in this legislation, there is an emergency pressure release valve, if you will. During an emergency, it can be overridden by a supermajority of the City Council and with the mayor's signature. So this legislation takes into consideration any eventual emergency. Beyond that, you talked about the years when the city did not spend within its means. And that is precisely what this legislation seeks to protect against. I commend you, Mayor, because you have acted to spend within the means that you have available right now. I don't know who the mayor is going to be in the future. We know what has happened in the past. And I think, as you say, and in your memorandum in opposition, for folks who don't know, when you propose legislation around here, you are inundated by pieces of paper. They are either pink, which means the people who wrote them oppose your legislation, or yellow, meaning they support your legislation. I received a pink piece of paper from the City of New York, and I only tease the mayor because I know we disagree on this point, because the city opposes this legislation. But within that very memorandum, it says that over the last 20 years, since 1997, the city has requested that the state enact an even lower increase into law, generally 2%. And you have touted the way in which you have constrained city spending during your administration, and I commend you. All I am saying is that we need to codify that. We need to codify the responsible policy that you espouse and that you have employed so that future generations of people, homeowners and renters in New York City can have that sense of security to know that in the same way that they need to live within their means, the city will, to Assemblyman Cusick's point, the certainty of knowing that you won't wake up in the city of New York one day to find out that property taxes are once again raised by 25%. I think we can all agree that the specter of that possibility is something that provides uncertainty to homeowners and new families, and more of them are deciding to take their families or start their families outside of New York City, outside of New York State, and we've got to prevent that from happening, because I think when you talk about the gentrification, I think, yes, we have more $1 million and $2 million and $3 million homes, and we have more people who can't afford any home. And in the middle, what that tells you, because it's in many respects a zero-sum equation, is that the middle class are being squeezed.
So, Senator, just a couple of responses. I mean, first of all, it's always difficult to argue with you, even when I disagree, because of our longstanding friendship and because you'll remember in the City Council, we were two of the fiscal watchdogs in the process there, coming from different parties and different ideologies, but we shared a common belief that we had to be responsible. And I appreciate what's motivating your legislation. I would argue that, again, first of all, we are seeing a number of people come into our city who I would certainly not define as rich. I don't think it's quite as black and white as that. Yes, there is a fundamental problem in income inequality. We both recognize that. There are a lot of people who can afford the very expensive co-ops and one thing or another that most of us can't relate to in terms of our personal finances. But we also have a lot of people coming into the city who I would define as middle class, who are seeking opportunity in the city in a lot of the areas, technology and film and TV, and a lot of the healthcare, a lot of the areas that are booming, which is why we have 213,000 new jobs, which is why our population is growing. We're at the all-time highest population we've ever had, and it's growing. So I don't think it's fair to say every net new resident is just a wealthy person. I think it's fair to say a lot of people coming in certainly are also middle-class folks. But that doesn't for a moment negate your point. There's a real squeeze on the middle-class residents we have, and we're trying to figure out how to help them in a lot of different ways. The affordable housing plan has a very substantial element to it that is moderate income and middle income housing. Classic scenario we often talk about, family that, let's say 2 public servants, one's a cop, one's a teacher. A big portion of the affordable housing plan literally focuses on people with that kind of combined income to give them opportunity for affordable housing as well. Everything we're doing in terms of public safety, infrastructure, everything that grows the economy also grows opportunity for better paying jobs for middle class people. The tech sector, 300,000 plus jobs now in the larger tech sector, much more likely to be the higher paying middle class jobs. So I think it's a mixed bag on that front. But I do get your underlying point. I would argue that you would expect of me not only balanced budgets, but to protect the public safety, to improve the schools. I know how passionately you feel about public education. That's what these investments are going towards. And I do appreciate that there's, in effect, a circuit breaker in the event of problematic times in your bill. But I also would say you and I have lived in the City Council of New York City. A supermajority is not easy to come by, and no one likes to increase property taxes. So what I'm trying to work with, practically speaking, is a responsible budget wherein I'm telling the people up front, I'm working every day to avoid a property tax increase. I don't belittle the effect of assessments. I know it's hitting people hard, and we should all work together to think about different ways to address that. But one thing I'm adamant about is I will keep presenting budgets that do not involve a property tax increase, and that's one of the ways we're trying to help the middle class in New York City.
Quickly, 2 points. The first, picking up on what Assemblyman Cusick brought up, and that is the prescription drug opioid addiction crisis in America, and certainly here at home in New York City. I thank you for coming to Staten Island a short while ago to discuss some of the measures New York City is now going to put in place to combat this issue. I can tell you, and I think you agree, we are not doing enough as a city, as a state, as a nation. Whenever there is a loss of life due to gun violence, for instance, we see press conferences from the most local of governments all the way to the White House and calls for change in policy. I'm not saying that's not appropriate. We should always look for ways to prevent the loss of life. I tell you, Mayor, and these are the facts, Drug addiction, overdose is the #1 preventable cause of death in America right now, and I would like to see the same fervor. I would like to see the same attention. We need to do this. We need to come together. One of the most noble things we can do as a society is to save lives, and this is an opportunity for us to do that. So I look forward to working with you to build upon some of the measures that you've put in place already. We really need to do more if we're going to turn back the tide of this crisis. And the last point, and I'll just leave it, I'll speak to you privately about, I have some legislation I'd like to talk to you about. I know it's a very difficult decision. You put a lot of thought into it, but the idea, the school closure decision on Staten Island, I think we could have used another day for cleanup. I think we should have erred to more caution in terms of whether or not we were ready to put second graders and third graders out into that storm. But I will talk to you privately about that. And I do have some ideas about some legislation, but on the opioid addiction issue, if you would.
Well, I certainly look forward to talking to you on the school closure idea. I believe the way we're going about it is sound. It does protect our kids' safety, and obviously we were blessed yesterday to have, thank God, a nice sunny day as part of the cleanup continued. But certainly look forward to talking to you about that. On the opioid question, we've only just begun to fight. I know you feel the same way. There's a lot more we have to do. Outside of your own family, one of your biggest fans in New York City is the First Lady of New York City, Charlene McRae, my wife, who believes fundamentally in what you're doing and wants to partner with you on Staten Island and beyond. So we're going to be doing a lot more together.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon.
First of all, let me just thank your staff during the weekend of during the heavy snowstorm that we was facing due to the fact that we had numerous of phone calls in my office. My office was open Saturday and Sunday, just for the record.
Good for you. We appreciate that.
As a result, that we was getting so many phone calls of people who have no heat and no hot water. And I would like to thank your staff, HPD, as well as your staff on the Government Affairs, Daniel Abramson and Brian Hannon, for their persistent and continue talking back and forth with me during the weekend until we solve the problems in Red Hook. We have 2 buildings in Red Hook completely without heat. They came back in less than 2 hours. We have people in my district who landlords was not giving the heat. They managed to talk to National Grid and as well as to the landlords themselves, because I have the phone number of the landlords. So we use your agency and your power to scare them and get it done. So I want to put that on the record for the job well done during this storm. I do have a few questions. And going back to education. As you probably know, was a study that was conducted by CDC back in 2013, where it stated that suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death for Hispanic aged 15 to 24, and this includes females and males. In New York City, Hispanics teens attempt suicide more than twice the rate of white youth. My question to you is whether or not, what is the plan that you have in place in order to address the issues of mental health, especially suicidal among teenagers in the school system?
Well, I appreciate the question, Assemblyman. It's a real challenge, and one of the things we believe is that until now we have not had a holistic mental health strategy for the city. The effort my wife has been working on, Thrive NYC, is at least a strong beginning towards a comprehensive mental health system and approach for the city. One of the things we're doing is focusing on children early. That means everything from making more resources available for mental health supports for the youngest children, to focusing on the way we teach our teachers to approach mental health issues, straight on through to our community school approach, which puts mental health professionals in the schools directly, so we can identify problems and act on them early. We all know, and there's many tragic examples, young people who identified early on. I sadly point out the example in Newtown, Connecticut. The young man who ended up killing so many school children had evident mental health problems for years and years. They went untreated. We have a chance to reach young people early, and that could be about stopping suicide or other types of negative outcomes. So we believe the investments we're making are going to lead to a lot more young people being identified early and actually having the services they need. We're also creating something called NYC Support, which will come online over the next year, which is literally a service through which people can call and get connected to healthcare services, and then there's an ongoing monitoring effort to support them in that, to make sure they actually get what they need in a timely basis and follow through. That hasn't existed in the past, because we all know it's very hard for anyone to navigate the mental health opportunities that exist, especially for parents with children. The system's almost set up in a way that even if you heard about where services are, they're very, very hard to access. So we're trying to break through that fundamentally, and that I think will be one of the ways we start to address this tragic reality of teen suicide.
Well, one of the things that I have introduced a piece of legislation about mandating that we should do early assessment on mental health in the school system. I do believe, like you, and I do believe strongly that prevention, once we identify the problems that maybe some of the child might have, that problem probably was not created by the child, was created by the parents. And we also have to realize that sometimes the parent has been stuck at the age of 6 or 7 or 10 years old. So I do have a bill mandating that we should have a social worker, mental social worker in every school in the state of New York, a psychology in the School of New York as well as define what the role of the psychology and the guidance council is all about. I would like for you and your staff to look at it and give you recommendation. I think that, again, I do believe in early intervention. I believe that if we can catch the problem early enough, we will be able to have less of our youth to go through the criminal justice path. And I hope that I can encourage you to do so. Now, last year I was invited by default to be part of your announcement at the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal to rebuild the port in Sunset Park. One of the major issues that we are facing is that is a lack of communication with EDC, and the way that they conducted these two hearings to include people, I was very happy to hear from them to ask for my recommendation, but my recommendation was not really taken into consideration. And my recommendation was very simple: reach out to the community, talk to the community, make sure the community get engaged, and even offer my office to make sure that we can do outreach together. The fact that I have a list of community group and community organizations and constituents that can participate and be part of the process. So, you know, the lack of communication regarding embracing more people to participate in the process was lacking. One of the biggest questions I have is this is a rumor that is going out in Sunset Park more and more often now, in coming more close to my office, is that it's a belief that this project, this development, will bring about 55,000 more trucks into Sunset Park every year. As you know, I had the BQE that everybody can cross through Sunset Park. They pay the toll in Staten Island and they pay the toll in Manhattan at the end of at the other side. We don't get no money as a result of that. We just get the environmental impact of the emission that is coming out of the fume of the cars. So my question is, and if you don't have the answer, we can follow up later. But my question is, it is going to be any kind of environmental impact study, and also a trucking study, a vehicle study about how many trucks are going to be coming in and out of this facility once the facility is built. And the last question is regarding the jobs opportunity, where the union's longshoremen feel that they've been left out of the process. And I've been trying to encourage them to be in the process, because I hope that the people of Sunset Park will benefit from these good paying jobs that are coming out as a result of this development that I will continue to support. I'm being a supporter of that. I have no problem in the backlash that I'm getting, but I think it's very critical for me to ensure the people of my community that these 5,000 trucks that are coming through, it is true, it is not true, and what is the city is doing to address that. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here today.
Thank you for raising the concerns, Assemblyman. First of all, I'd say I share your enthusiasm for the potential of what we can do in terms of creating jobs in your district. And these, in many cases, again, would be solid middle-class jobs in terms of the pay levels and the benefit levels. There's a lot that has to be worked out until we get to that point. So until, by the time we get to the jobs being created and whatever truck's running, there's a lot of time to make the adjustments and to create the kind of balance we need. We all want the jobs. We all want high-quality jobs. We want them to maximally benefit Sunset Park and Red Hook and the surrounding communities that have a lot of economic need. If that involves a certain amount of truck traffic, we obviously have to make sure it's a fair amount and it's managed properly, and we look at any health or safety issues related. But there is time to do that. I'll certainly, I want to make sure you feel that you're being consulted, your community is being consulted. We certainly want to work with our labor partners. So we'll double back with EDC to make sure that that process is consultative going forward. But I think the goal here is one that will greatly benefit your district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will back and continue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're next.
Colton, you're next after this.
Make sure you mark your seat.
No, thank you.
No, he's coming back. We didn't need not leaving.
Right. How long does it take you to get
Forget that. Which day you should be asking.
I would say that in some respects, though, my commute is easier because once you're here, you're here.
Just this, people are like, oh, that person left.
Yeah, we're all we stay, right.
No,
I don't go out a lot, folks. I used to go out with Fashil. We'd go to dinner.
Right, he was back.
I was noticing there was no fun. So it was good. So I really don't, since he's gone, we'd go out to dinner. Everybody thought we were dating. I really don't.
Huh? No, then I'm not going to tell him. I don't want him.
Well, let me tell you, no, thank you. And this commute is better than my commute into Manhattan for 25 years. I'll take this one over that one. I would get on a train or a bus, then the ferry, then the subway, then the throngs of people, and it would take sometimes 2 hours to get to work. And meanwhile, if there's no traffic, you drive there in about 15 minutes. 2 hours. Horrible. So this one, I'll take this one. 5 years. Still don't know why they have in politics. Can't figure it out yet. We do. And then, that's very frustrating though, as you know. So, you were clerk? Town clerk? Okay, good. So supervisor is like mayor? Okay.
Yeah, I think your next thing is at 4, so it should be okay. Acosta, so Acosta is getting, oh yeah, he has it, I sent it this morning. Are you still meeting with him?
When you leave, can
Okay,
you
he's
put
calling
this back
you.
on your
Okay.
son-in-law?
Yeah, I emailed him the letter this morning. Yeah.
How are you? What's happening?
This is all part of that. Yeah, well, because he's at large, right?
No, I'm not trying to be. I'm not attack, right? No, that's the point I was trying to nicely make. That you don't want to say middle class, but there's more and more people moving there. Yeah, they're buying. So you know. No, listen. When I go on the attack, I'm on the attack. But today was not the day to go to the attack.
Reappointment, yeah. But he hasn't done too well. Let's get him out. Yeah. too. Just wanted to know Alfonso. I'll talk to him. I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna send him the letter too, so he has it. He works for Mark. Work well for him. Yeah, he's just like, you know. He'll know better if he does.
Listen, Judge Costa. He's had a No, it's okay. Come on. Good to see you. How's everything?
Keep it right there.
So I talked to Judy Morgan yesterday,
It was, thank you. Except my old friend Jim and I are arguing about the precise. I know. How are you? But
Good.
I can't find this moment. Wages and the taxes turn out to be the same percentage. Jim is right historically. That's right. Because capital gains is historically. Yeah. It happened to be the same. But thank you. That was perfect. Liz is saying the same thing I said, maybe 5.
Sean, I think all the same.
That's why I'm just saying facts are facts.
You're deep.
These don't actually. No. Yeah, no, they're supposed to. Oh, I thought they were buttoned. It's always on. It's on. Yes.
You got the first one.
That's why I think this is good all around.
Who's your person? Get everyone started. We'll begin again in 2 seconds. Senator.
We're all set, and our next speaker is Senator Diane Savino.
Thank you, Senator Young. Good afternoon, Mayor de Blasio. First, I want to thank you for the coordination of your office with my office and others on Staten Island and Brooklyn with respect to the response to the storm. And I, for once, can say that I think we are on Staten Island overall, we're quite happy. So thank you for that.
Music to my ears.
I know, it's amazing. Not to belabor the point on the property tax issue, I would be remiss if I did not at least chime in on it. And while it is an undisputed fact that the city has not taken steps to raise the property tax rate, property taxes have gone up nevertheless. And homeowners are feeling it, and I just want you to understand the concerns that they have. And it's the unfair way in which we assess properties in New York. It's a Byzantine method. So while we may disagree on the issue of a property tax cap, I think the discussion has to continue so that we can provide some sort of relief for our middle-class homeowners. We want them to stay and thrive in New York City. I just wanted to get that on the record, so you don't have to respond. I know your position on it. I want to go to a couple of issues in your presentation. One, on your housing plan. I know you have an ambitious housing plan to create 200,000 units of affordable housing, but with the collapse of the 421A and the tremendous opposition you're getting from community groups across the city, how are you going to achieve that, goal of 200,000 units?
Well, I would say a couple of things. First of all, we believe that the 421A reform we put forward made sense, actually represented an extraordinary consensus between City Hall, real estate community housing advocates. There was a real sense that this was the kind of balanced reform, was the taxpayers' interest, would create more affordable housing, would stop subsidizing luxury housing, et cetera. We believe that idea is alive and well and should be handled here in the legislature as quickly as possible so we can have the kind of program that's actually fair and will help us to create a substantial amount of affordable housing. But in the meantime, we have a number of efforts already underway that certainly throughout calendar year 2016 will yield a tremendous amount of affordable housing. So a lot of the development that was already moving, and a lot of our preservation efforts, which have nothing to do with the 421A program. Those will continue. In fact, we'll intensify them as we work with the legislature to find a way forward on a tax incentive program. In terms of the response to mandatory inclusionary zoning, we believe mandatory inclusionary zoning is more pertinent than ever, given that 421A is now not on the table. And it's one of the best tools we have to get more affordable housing and demand fairness from developers who obviously want the opportunity to build and often build higher in the city. Yes, community boards have expressed real concern. I say, as a former city council member, it never surprises me when a community board in perfectly good faith expresses concern about any form of development. I think it's, you know, the assumption. But when you look at the city council members, when you look at the views of other elected officials and major organizations in our city, like AARP, which has a huge membership and fully supports our plan, I think the debate is more and more balanced in favor of the plan, and I think we will be able to move forward.
Hopefully so. I want to turn to another issue. As you know, earlier this year, Senator Klein and myself, joined by Councilmember Richie Torres and Councilman Mark Traeger, who was somewhere in the room here where he stepped out, we released a report on the New York City Housing Authority, detailing what we called the worst slumlord in the state. And you know the conditions of NYCHA, the NYCHA developments, and we all know that they have suffered from years of neglect, and there's no doubt about that. So your last year, the city put up $100 million towards NYCHA. This year, you're proposing the same thing. You're asking the state to match it. We did that last year. But the concern we have is that if we just give the money over to NYCHA, we're going to get the same result we've gotten. Not just, you know, it's not your problem. It's happened with every administration. NYCHA seems to be the giant black hole that money goes to disappear, and we never see actual improvements in the facilities, in the properties. So how can we make sure that the money is spent appropriately and goes towards the things that we know we need, whether it's mold remediation or, you know, safety and lighting and security and door locks and you know, improvements in kitchens and bathrooms?
I would say that I understand why you feel what you feel about the history of the Housing Authority. I think you're right about the history of this investment. I think we're in the past too often right that money was not used well enough. We have been very clear that I'm taking personal responsibility for the situation at the Housing Authority. I talk regularly with the leadership. We have provided unprecedented financial support for the Housing Authority. We literally canceled a city tax on the Housing Authority as a pilot, going back to 1947. We canceled that so the Housing Authority could take those resources and put them towards repairs. As you know, for many years, the Housing Authority was forced to pay separately for police coverage of its developments. We canceled that, put that money back towards repairs. Consequently, the amount of repairs has increased intensely. We changed the policy in terms of the scaffolding in many of the developments that were being left for no apparent reason for months or years on end. We ended that policy. We ensured that projects are moved on rapidly and then the scaffolding comes down. We're changing a lot of things, but the biggest thing is the next generation NYCHA plan. Given the $17 billion in capital needs that have gone unmet, we had to come up with a plan that for the long term would deal with the capital challenges. And we had to come up with a financial restructuring in terms of the expense side of the budget. We have that now with the next generation NYCHA plan. And we will keep doing everything we have to do, including the right kind of development on NYCHA land that focuses on affordable housing and also resources to actually go back to NYCHA for changes. And then we're putting our own city capital dollars in to address the roof issues. And again, a lot of the resources that come out of the other approaches within Next Gen NYCHA will go at issues like fixing roofs, fixing mold, safety systems, et cetera. So I think NYCHA is changing rapidly. And this plan with every passing year will have more and more impact. That being said, we need help from the state. That first $100 million has still not arrived. We're in the fiscal year still. We have not seen the money. We need your support and your colleagues' support in ensuring that money arrives. It will help, obviously, you know, hundreds of thousands of people. And then I think there's a big question when we look forward to next year, what will be the status of the federal government on the question of housing? And there could be some big changes next year in the composition of the federal government that might lead to a reopening of the housing discussion, and we'd like to believe a chance to get some of the support that would actually relieve some of this pressure.
We live in hope on that. I want to move to homeless policy. You and I have been around long enough by now that we remember when the Department of Homeless Services was created back in 1993 by the City Council, and in response to the lawsuit. And also, I remember, if you remember, Muzzy Rosenblatt. Do you remember Muzzy Rosenblatt?
Yes.
He convinced,
memorable name.
Right. He convinced Mayor Dinkins that if we had a separate freestanding agency to focus on homeless policy, that would be the best way to deal with the housing crisis, the homeless crisis, which is very similar to the crisis we're seeing now. Thousands of people undomiciled living in the streets, the city not getting the best value from the shelters that they were using, or putting people up in hotels. Very similar situation. I would say after 22 years of this experiment, I actually believe that we would be better off if we put DHS back into HRA, under the auspices of, the Commissioner of HRA, Steve Banks. What's your opinion on that?
We have a 90-day review that's well underway now. Commissioner Banks working with First Deputy Mayor Shores and our new Deputy Mayor, Dr. Blasio. And we're going to look at a number of options of how to improve the work of DHS and the coordination between DHS and HRA. I've certainly heard some, and you and others suggest potentially re-merging. All options will be on the table. I don't want to bias the discussion by saying we have a preference, because we're going through a careful operational review. But one thing I can guarantee is at the end of this process, we are going to have a better operation, a different operation. And I agree with you that Commissioner Banks has done an outstanding job as part of this review and before in addressing these very difficult issues. The challenge, I would say, and you're an expert, you've paid a lot of attention to this issue for a long time. We needed a whole different level of supportive housing for the first time. Only in the last few months, with the city's announcement of 15,000 units and now the governor coming forward with 20,000 units, this is the first time literally in our history we've talked about the real numbers we need. That's a great blessing, and I commend the governor for that, and we look forward to following through on that. We never had the right kind of preventative programs, or we had them only maybe more accurate for a very brief period of time. We never had the right kind of rental subsidy programs for a sustained period of time. We rarely had the right kind of anti-eviction programs. We've now taken all of those tools and put them on the playing field simultaneously, well-resourced and for the long haul. And we've told landlords all over the city that these subsidy programs we're going to keep them for the long haul because we need to do it right. So the preventative programs have reached 91,000 people. Not all of them would end up in shelter, but some of them for sure would have, and that's helped. 22,000 folks have been moved out of shelter into housing. That shows that the subsidy efforts are working. And for the first time ever, we're going to have Homestat doing consistent outreach, working individual by individual to get people off the streets, 500 new safe haven beds, more homeless and runaway youth beds than ever before, growing as needed each year. So I'd like to believe that despite the fact it is a historic problem, for the first time, the city is arraying the tools necessary to actually turn this problem around.
Hopefully, and I'm also a big supporter of the governor's intervention here and his willingness to partner with the city to create what I believe that both of you know very well. It's that continuum of care for the homeless. As you and I know, homelessness doesn't happen overnight to people. It's usually a slow, steady descent into it. It's not just income insecurity. It's a combination of things. So there are addiction issues and domestic violence and and mental illness, and all of those things lead to further income insecurity and housing insecurity. So hopefully there will be real coordination between the city and the state to address those issues. And I was just going to say this again. I think HRA is the agency that really should oversee this, because many of these clients are cross-systemized. They're already being serviced by HRA caseworkers as well. So to the extent that you have broad case management, you're able to really service a family.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Assemblyman Colton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
I would like to ask you a few questions on a topic which is a very high priority to me. And I'd like to go from the earliest to the highest levels of it. I believe that CUNY is an institution which is very important to New York as an economic engine, both to the city and to the state. Up to 1976, the history was that there was a 50-50 split in terms of the operating expenses of this great institution. And then during the city's fiscal crisis at that point, the state stepped up to the plate and the city's share was reduced to what now I understand is a token of 1 or 2% of the operating costs. I believe that CUNY, very passionately, is extremely important, especially to all of our young adults, in terms of giving them what they need in order to be able to overcome economic difficulties. Now, in this particular time, we have the city and the state, both their economic climates is a lot better. Obviously, we need to reserve money, and we need to make sure that they stay in good condition. But would it not be reasonable for the city to show its willingness to step up to the plate and to increase their share as a symbol of the importance of this institution to young people throughout the city and the state, and as a way to, show its willingness and its priority to making sure that young people continue to have all the benefits of CUNY? Would it not be unreasonable to raise it more than the 1 or 2% of the operating expenses?
I'm going to let Assemblyman Dean Fullhandle go over the overall financial reality and the contributions we make. The City of New York contributes in substantial ways to CUNY. In fact, in the last 2 budgets, we've added resources to CUNY in a strategic manner. We believed fundamentally in the ASAP program as a tool to make sure that young people went into CUNY succeeded, and we thought that was a good investment on top of any other obligations that we had. We believed fundamentally that STEM programs should be supported, so we put a growing amount of resources into supporting 2-year STEM programs because we knew that would help a lot of our young people go right into technology jobs that are now growing in the city, even with a 2-year degree. So we have certainly made targeted investments in CUNY. We have already made clear to the state that we will pay our proportionate share in terms of the labor agreement that we hope will be struck. We believe the folks who work, members of PSC CUNY, deserve a new labor deal. We've obviously, in terms of the city workforce, I'm very proud of the fact we have 95% of our union members now in either a ratified contract or an agreement. We think the PSC CUNY members should be covered by a new contract. We've already made very clear we will pay our appropriate share of that. So there's many ways in which we contribute to CUNY. I think given the other needs that I've outlined, the challenges we face, pension costs, health and hospitals costs, everything we're trying to invest in terms of public safety, education, et cetera, and the fact that our reserves could easily be wiped out by an economic downturn, I don't think it's right to take state obligations and increasingly put them on the City of New York. But I'd like Dean just to summarize the city's ongoing contributions to CUNY.
Right. When the takeover occurred, CUNY senior colleges were put on the exact same footing as SUNY senior colleges. The community college piece was divided so that the city would pay a third, tuition would do a third, the state would do a third, and that's the exact same arrangement as all community colleges across the state, except in all local community colleges of SUNY. Actually, the local government controls the local board of trustees, where we have 1/3 representation on the whole piece. So we do pay actually 34%. Tuition pays about 40%, and the state pays the remainder of the difference. So we do make more than the actual statutory commitment to the community colleges. And then we pay half of the capital on the community colleges.
All right, I just think that in a sense of partnership and in making it clear the priority that CUNY has to New York City and to New York State, that it would be not unreasonable to think about increasing the percentage when of the operating costs it's so 1 or 2% is, it just doesn't, it seems very low.
But again, I'm sorry to interrupt, Assemblymember. I just want to make sure, because I think Dean kind of ran through that. Yeah, we're paying half the capital costs of the community colleges. And repeat again.
34% of the operating cost of the community college, the biggest governmental contribution. Tuition pays 40, and the remainder is paid by the state.
And please just reiterate how that compares to what other localities do around the state with their community colleges.
We're at the high end of what most localities do around the state in their community college contribution.
I think one of the reasons why New York City does generate so much revenue to the state is because of the importance of CUNY. And, you know, I think, but that also means it's important to New York City. So I think as a gesture, it is not unreasonable. There has to be negotiation, there has to be discussion. For example, the governor has said we need to find administrative efficiencies with CUNY and SUNY. You know, and, you know, is it reasonable that the state funds CUNY $36 million and funds the SUNY $14 million? So there's room here for maneuvering, and I just think that, you know, the city has to, you know, engage in that. On another topic, which is also very important, the area of pre-K. Last year, the governor stepped up and he made a commitment to provide state funding to New York City for over $300 million. And that has continued. He's proposing that be continued again this year. Also under the smart bonds issue, which the governor proposed and the legislature passed and the voters approved, I believe we're going to have, New York City will be eligible for some $783 million in funding. One of the things that I think I want to, you know, emphasize and associate with Assembly Member Kathy Nolan is the importance of the transportable units, those units being, you know, replaced. But also, a very big issue in my district is pre-K seating. We have serious problems with that. There isn't enough. For example, and even where it's found, there are problems. In District 20, a location was found for pre-K seating, and it's in the middle of a heavy truck zone, and there's a lot of community opposition with parents on that. So what efforts, what plans has the city made to try to get more pre-K seats in the public schools? And how do we do that?
A couple different things, Assemblyman. So the effort to reach the level that we are at now, 68,500 plus young people in pre-K. And again, that was 20,000 when I started my administration. So we've had almost 50,000 kids per year now. That happened, extraordinary effort, and I commend all of my colleagues who pulled that off, and I thank again everyone here and everyone in the legislature for providing the funding. But that required a heavy emphasis on existing community-based organizations, existing schools of various types, including religious schools, and it's been a very, very effective effort. At the same time, we want to develop more capacity. So, for example, in our capital plan, there are additional pre-K centers, standalone pre-K centers in some neighborhoods. We continue to work closely with the Archdiocese and the Diocese in terms of buildings that they have available coming into our domain either by lease or by purchase. And we also make adjustments constantly. The locations we had this year were the ones that we thought were the best able to provide the best quality pre-K for our kids. But if we find that a location ended up to not be as good as we want it to be, we can make adjustments for next year because we actually had additional locations being offered, not always geographically exactly where we wanted them, but we still have some choices to work with. We would love to work with you in your office if we think there's a location that should be better, to see if there's another site in the community that would be a better alternative.
Yeah, because this is a very important priority, I think, from the pre-K level all the way up to higher education, and I really think the city has to put a big effort into that. There are a couple of other areas I had, but I'm going to leave that for now because my time is just about up. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Senator?
Thank you, Assemblyman. Our next speaker is Senator Espaillat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Well, first, let me start out by trying to dispel something that has been really alluded to here with regards to CUNY and what seems to be a perception that the rest of the state is going to be saddled disproportionately with the operational costs of CUNY. Well, in fact, you know, traditionally, and I've been here 20 years, it's the other way around. You know, the city produces far more revenue for the state than it gets back in the budget. That was the basis for the campaign fiscal equity lawsuit, that many felt that the city was giving more in revenue, that the windfall of revenue from the city, coming from the city, was so much more than we got back for schools. And just recently, when we had the settlement on the Attorney General's office had settlement money distributed here to the state, although the offenses may have been committed in the city, it was really more upstate and outside of the city that benefited from the investment in these close to maybe 5-point-something billions of dollars. So I want to dispel the notion that the city is saddling the rest of the state. First of all, it perpetuates this upstate versus downstate scenario, which I think is damaging to all of us. But let me also just begin with the CUNY piece and say that in traditional Shakespearean Albany logic, a cut is a cut by any other name. And so every time we see mergers, we know that at the end of the day, it may mean a cut. When we see downsizing, we know that at the end of the day, when the rubber meets the road, that may be a cut. When we see administrative efficiencies and reform, we know that at the end of the day, this could very well be a cut. So I am concerned, and I want to ask you, what in fact will be hurt? If, let's say, those $485 million were cut right now, what kind of services, operations will be compromised and hurt within the CUNY system right now if this were to happen today?
Well, let me start by saying, again, let's acknowledge an unusual situation here. This item appeared in the budget, was not not part of any previous discussion. And then the next day, the governor offered a clarification, which again, I very much appreciate. The clarification said that it would not cost the city a penny, and alternative means would be worked on, which again, will start hopefully as early as next week, and we'll see what that yields. So what I can say to you is I believe, based on what we're hearing now, that there will not be a cut, but let's take your theoretical question. Clearly, we have a CUNY system that is trying to reach a lot of young people and give them opportunity and straining to do that. And if you were to take $500 million out, it would mean any number of potentially negative scenarios. Obviously, a lot fewer kids being served in one way or another. And let's face it, the kinds of things we're trying to do, like the investment in STEM education, so kids can get, young people can get the education and go straight into the workforce, that would be undercut fundamentally. Or, if you think about other areas of the city budget, if you tried to move those cuts elsewhere, where would you cut? Would you cut from education? Would you cut from police? So I think it's fair to say that this would be a very, very major impact. But again, we're going to take the governor on his word and follow through in a very transparent fashion on that, so that these cuts will not be seen and will not have an impact on our young people.
Well, let me just share with you, Mr. Mayor, that I will be looking forward to monitor the situation to ensure that these efficiencies or administrative reforms don't actually turn into a cut, because I think that would be very damaging to the CUNY system if that is the case. And so I will monitor the situation, and if we're talking about trimming the fat, as is often called, or some minor administrative changes, that's acceptable. But I know that I've been here long enough to know that a cut is a cut. And so I am deeply concerned that that will dramatically impact CUNY, which continues to be a beacon of hope and opportunities. CUNY is the Harvard, the Yale, the Cornell of our working class and middle class communities. And so to potentially absorb a cut of this magnitude puts a hit on the future of the city and the state of New York. On another matter, Mr. Mayor, let me commend you for your interest in tackling the affordability problem in the city, particularly when it comes to affordable housing. And your administration has proposed mandatory inclusionary zoning as the model to address the issue of affordability in housing in the city of New York. And whereas that may yield some affordable units, many people across the city, community boards, myself, and others, are concerned that this particular model, whereas it may yield some affordable units, it could also unleash market forces and gentrification to a level that many working class and middle class families will be hurt. In my particular district, we have already begun to see speculation. And so yesterday's New York Times published an article that highlighted the Rockaways and in East Harlem as two neighborhoods that have seen how affordable housing can be built. You yourself was at a ribbon cutting ceremony in my district where Broadway Housing opened up a full 100% affordable housing. Why not build affordable housing? Why can't we not build 100% affordable housing and that guarantees poor people, working people that are really the ones hurting with, in the housing crunch? Because I think by engaging in the 70-30, 80-20 model, we are exposing communities like the ones that I serve that have 90% of the housing stock rent stabilized, privately owned buildings, subject to the market, and landlords and owners will come in and buy off tenants. It would unleash a whole series of practices that eventually result in losing more affordable housing that you have produced. And so this is the essence of the fear. I don't think it's just like a frenzy in the community boards that we see maybe regularly on a host of issues. This is a deep-seated concern that communities have across the city of New York. It has manifested itself in the Bronx, unanimously in Queens, and even in Manhattan. God knows we never agree on anything on Manhattan, but it's deep-seated, and I am concerned that the mandatory inclusionary zoning, although well-intended to produce X amount of affordable affordable housing units, that it will in fact result in the displacement of hundreds and thousands of families that are living in working class communities around these developments that will witness a dramatic shift in the values of those properties, and subsequently there goes the rent. So I am concerned about this. I would like to see from the city good faith, and that you come to these neighborhoods and you build affordable housing. It's been done in the past. The New York Times said yesterday that it was done successfully in the Rockaways and in East Harlem, and it's been done in my district. Why not start that way and not with the mandatory exclusionary zoning?
Well, I appreciate the question, Senator, because you're getting to the heart of the matter on many levels. First of all, I want to be clear in my view of the community board's response. I'm not trying to in any way stereotype it. I'm saying I do think community boards have a history of being dubious of all types of development. I don't think that's an unfair statement. I think everyone who's worked with community boards, I spent 8 years working closely with the community boards in my district when I was a councilman. We know that's a pretty consistent reality. At the same time, I agree with you, whether it's community boards or community activists or clergy, people are speaking up out of deep concern and fear about displacement. And I've tried to speak bluntly to it, and I started that process a year ago in my State of the City speech, because honestly, here's what I think is the bigger picture. I don't think the issue of gentrification has been honestly discussed in the city over 10 or 20 years as it has been growing as a phenomenon. I don't think there was a honest debate about what it meant, about the impact it was having, about what we could do about it, what was the role of public policy, what should we do differently. None of that happened, and in the previous administration, with all due respect to them, there was, I think, a kind of laissez-faire approach wherein market forces dominated the entire playing field. As you know, a lot of this city is in an as-of-right status where developers have the right to work within the existing zoning and can do a lot within it. The areas that are now being discussed for rezoning are relatively few in the scheme of things. A lot of rezoning happened in the previous administration already. So, and what we found in the previous approach was that there were not particularly stringent demands put on developers in terms of affordable housing, and even some of the plans that were agreed to with communities were not honored. So that has bred a lot of cynicism, rightfully, in communities about any affordable housing plan. I think it's fair to say I have a very different approach. I think I've proven that on many levels. What I saw, and maybe it has to do with personal experience, what I saw happen in my neighborhood in Brooklyn, And in surrounding neighborhoods, I can certainly say this about Bed-Stuy, I can say this about Bushwick, I can say this about a lot of places, is in the absence of a policy, the market forces simply created the displacement. They didn't need rezonings. It just kept happening and happening with no compensating impact in favor of the community. So if you literally said, if we just walked away now, we said, let the market determine all of this, you would see more and more people displaced. You would not see new affordable housing built in an appreciable number, because if we just took the part out of our plan that did not benefit from some type of private sector activity, it'd be a much, much smaller number. We'd never get to 200,000 units. So we would have a lot less affordable housing being built. We'd still have a lot of people being displaced. We wouldn't have the opportunity to do a lot of good things in communities through rezonings. And you know as well as I do, rezoning is an opportunity to do a lot of the capital improvements to a community. A lot of the things that have been unaddressed previously can be addressed, and we're very committed to it. We put a very substantial allotment in our capital budget to address infrastructure needs with rezonings, and that was not true in the past. We've tried to be upfront about the fact if communities need more schools, or new schools, parks, whatever it happens to be, that's going to be factored into the rezoning process. We obviously have a heavy emphasis on creating local jobs. So I would say it this way. I think it's a pretty stark contrast. Let the market decide, period. You'll get most of the same unfortunate outcomes for a lot of community residents without any of the compensating positive factors. Under our plan, you will get an unprecedented amount of affordable housing. You'll get job creation, which will be as much as possible targeted to local residents. You'll get community improvements and capital improvements. The other part of the equation, which you know very well, and we all grapple with, is the units that are going out of rent regulation. And I know you and a lot of your colleagues have fought to strengthen rent regulation. I know you've found a certain amount of resistance in that process, but we still lose a lot of units, even with the recent improvements, which we appreciate. We lose a lot of units out of rent regulation. We lose a lot of units out of Mitchell-Lama. If we had not stepped in with our housing plan to stop 5,000 units at Stuytown and Peter Cooper from being privatized, we would have lost 5,000 more. Almost 1,000 units at the Riverton in Harlem we would have lost had we not stepped in. So I argue that there has to be an interventionist approach by the city government to the maximum extent possible, and that's the best strategy we have at this moment to preserve affordable housing.
I commend your model. I'm not saying that we should not have an intervention or some kind of regulatory practices to get more for the development that's going on in New York City. What I'm saying to you is that in many neighborhoods, that may be a blessing, because in East Harlem, where you have the highest concentration of NYCHA buildings, people that are protected for 2, 3, 4 generations, maybe that's not so bad. They have the ability to cushion the blow. But in a neighborhood with 90% plus apartments that are rent stabilized, privately owned, where 25% of the leases are preferential rent leases, that means that the landlord has not been able to get the rent that they want. Therefore, they issue a lease for less rent that doesn't guarantee any rent stabilization rights or privileges to the tenant. That landlord is going to go out there, once you build those towers through mandatory inclusionary zoning, that landlord is going to go out there and try to get that market rent. And that tenant is out. That's 1 out of 4 in that immediate area where you're proposing that in our district. So I'm saying is city government and state government, which proposes $20 billion for housing, 10 for affordable housing, 10 to deal with the homeless issue, should not get out of the affordable housing business as we knew it, that really helped communities in the past. Mayor Koch rebuilt the Bronx, when it burned. Freddie Ferrer, the borough president, did a fantastic job of ushering that in. We need that kind of energy again to save neighborhoods. I think that you're well-intended. I'm not saying that I think that is better than what we had in the past. But it doesn't cut the mustard, not for neighborhoods where people are having a tough time making ends meet. And I propose that you get back into the affordable housing business as well.
Just a final comment. I believe, again, a lot of neighborhoods, I would not underestimate, if you look at the neighborhoods that had no rezoning activity, but are seeing those preferential rents you point to, that in many neighborhoods is already being swept away just by market activity alone. If it was a zero sum, if you were, for example, if all those preferential rents being kept low, if that was all there was to it, don't do rezoning and they're all going to stay low, that would be an interesting discussion. I don't believe that's what's happening. I think the market dynamics are already sweeping past that, And if we don't intervene, there'll be nothing left in terms of affordability. We have to use every tool we have to create. So I respect deeply your position. I just want you to hear that we believe that, that cow's out of the barn already.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope that we can continue to have this discussion
Absolutely.
with regards to affordability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman McDonald. Is he there? Oh, very good. Oh. In his place, Mr. Tatone will make a very quick speech. He's not really doing this.
I know I'm not really permitted to speak, but I just wanted to really thank you publicly for increasing the ferry service on Staten Island. Very much appreciated, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. It was the right thing to do.
All right, we close on this time.
And ferry service kept going all through the storm. We're proud of that fact. We will. We will.
Assemblyman Farrell was quite accurate about the briefness of Assemblyman Tatone's.
I wish the other side would understand that.
We have a lot of questions. Next, it would be Senator Squadron.
Thank you. I will take a lesson from Assemblyman Tatone, but not the one you'd like me to. I would like to join him in thanking you for ferry service expansions throughout the city and the investment the city is doing in that. By the way, actually a good segue into my questions. Is the state budget helping with the ferry expansions throughout New York City? No? $0 from the state for ferry expansions?
That's all us.
And last year, the state put in, as Senator Savino mentioned, $100 million for NYCHA. This year, how much is the city expecting to get from the state for public housing?
So again, the $100 million that was in the last budget of the state, in the current fiscal year for NYCHA, we still have not seen a dime. We would very much like that money to come in so we can do more to fix public housing developments. We welcome a plan from the state. We're ready to get to work doing this work.
Sorry to cut you, but once you get the $100 million, is NYCHA's fiscal need satisfied then?
No, not at all, not at all. But the point being, we made a commitment last year when I was here with you that we would do $100 million each year, current fiscal year, next two as well. We have that in our new budget. We ask that the state match that because the need, as I said, there's a $17 billion capital need at NYCHA for the buildings that cover 400,000 people. But that first $100 million still has not arrived. And we believe, we have some strong views on the best use of that money, but we also obviously respect the legislature's prerogatives. Whatever the ultimate decision of the state on how best to use it, we're ready to implement it. We're ready to put that money to work immediately, but we'd ask your help in making sure it shows up as soon as possible.
Great, and the state, again, the city made a 3-year, $100 million a year commitment, and so far the state has not, this year, proposed $100 million equal.
That's right.
At its high water mark, the Advantage, Work Advantage anti-homelessness program, the state was giving the city, I think, $35 million in operating funds for that program.
I think it was higher. We'll test that, and again, while Sharif and Dean check that question, let me emphasize I appreciate your sense of history because not only was the state contribution to Advantage substantial, but Advantage was working. And about the time Advantage ended, we went from approximately 37,000 people in our shelter system just in the following 2.5 years to 50,000 plus. So really one of the biggest factors in the increase in our shelter population was the absence of Advantage. And it's going to take a long time to recapture that ground and reverse that trend. This is why we're so concerned now to make sure that homelessness funding for the city is equitable and does address some of the things that were cut in the past so we can actually turn this corner. Do you have an answer on that? We'll check in that dollar figure.
And I think it's an important point. The Advantage program needed to be fixed, but and the supportive housing capital dollars are absolutely wonderful that are being proposed by the state, by the governor. But the total statewide homeless prevention program now I think is less than $35 million, which means that's a cut for the city. Earlier you mentioned the BQE triple cantilever, which is in my district. So far, is there any state capital funding allocated for the fixing of the BQE cantilever so that it doesn't fall into Brooklyn Bridge Park and then bounce into the harbor?
Not that we know of at this moment.
Okay, none. Thank you. Resiliency, I want to really thank the administration again for the commitment you made, Mr. Mayor, and the administration more broadly. $115 million almost from the city alone, support in the federal application that got us $176 million from HUD because of the leadership of the city to get a barrier that protects Lower Manhattan. I think the third or fourth largest business district in America, Lower Manhattan. We talk about having tax dollars and having revenue. We need Lower Manhattan to be working to have revenue in every corner of the state, from Chautauqua County to Suffolk County. So I would just ask, of the $301 million we now have to protect from Montgomery Street around to Battery Park City, how much of that has the state allocated?
We'll have to check that one too for you. We'll get that for you.
I believe it's $8 million.
Okay, we'll double check. Well, you seem to be ahead of us.
Great. The Rikers Island population, obviously Rikers is rife with problems, and I urge the administration to continue aggressive reform there, not rest on its laurels. But one of the drivers of that is a broken speedy trial law in New York State that essentially strips the accused, not the convicted, but the accused, of their constitutional speedy trial rights. If we reform the speedy trial laws, we believe the Rikers population could come down significantly. Just as an example, what would the city save if the state fixed speedy trials and the Rikers population, for example, went down 25%?
Well, you may have the exact estimate yourself. I can see that you're well prepared. There's no question. Look, I think you're exactly right that reform would make a big difference, both in terms of justice and in terms of the costs at Rikers. We've tried in many ways. Our way of addressing the mass incarceration crisis has been to try to get the root of the matter with Rikers to work on efforts to ensure that people don't end up in Rikers who don't need to. That's some of the bail reform efforts that we're working on, for example, and obviously appropriate diversionary programs for folks who have committed low-level nonviolent offenses. We believe fundamentally in that, and working with the court system to improve the timing of trials so people are not there any longer than they have to. Unquestionably, everything that will help us drive down the population not only saves costs, it will reduce violence, it'll allow us to focus on deepening the reforms we've made. So we can get you exact dollar figures that could be projected, but there's no question that's exactly in the direction we need to go to break the back of what's been, many, many years of a cycle of violence at Rikers that's unacceptable.
Look, just in summary, each of these issues are critical issues that impact New York City uniquely in the state. They also speak to this idea that because New York City is as fiscally healthy as it is right now, the state doesn't need to worry about it, and in fact, should start trying to figure out how to damage it even further. There have been cuts to the state support over a number of years. We talked about AIM funding earlier. We just talked about these on critical, really city-specific issues, not unique, but city-specific issues. And so I would just urge that you do continue to be responsible with your budget. You do shore dollars away for a rainy day fund. Goodness knows if the history of New York City, we've seen that. We saw that 8 years ago. We saw that through the 90s, off and on. But also, I want you to know that from the state perspective, this idea that you're a piggy bank can't work. What we need to be doing is figuring out how to save you money so that you can save more money, and also so that the areas where we are providing state aid, we can provide less so that we can send it to other parts of the state that are in desperate need of it and could use the economic development and the support in other ways. Just briefly, one thing the state did do last year is increase the funding for Nurse-Family Partnership, one of the evidence-based maternal home visiting programs, in combination with Healthy Families in New York State, the big combination. This year, the current proposal is to reduce that funding again. I just want to be very clear. If we are able to reduce the funding in the state, because the city has been a longtime supporter of this program, is the city willing to match us dollar for dollar with city dollars in any amount of money that we increase the Nurse-Family Partnership Program?
I want to do two things. I want to give Dean and Sharif an opportunity to gather themselves for that answer. I want to go back a step on your previous answer, or previous question. You make a very powerful point. There are actions that the state can take that will save the city money, will be in everyone's interests. We had a very, I think, respectful and informed discussion earlier about how the city and state interrelate, and what our relationship is. Well, one of the things that is good for everyone, speeding up trials, avoiding longer stays in Rikers is in everyone's interest. The same as having effective preventative efforts in terms of homelessness. Long ago when I was chairman of the General Welfare Committee in the Council, I talked about the fact that when you prevent a family from going into shelter, for example, with a $1,000 rental subsidy, that's $12,000 a year, that family goes into shelter, it is $36,000, $37,000, $40,000 a year. From the taxpayer point of view, it's not even close, nor, of course, on the human level, what it means for that family. So the points you raise are ways that the state can help us to save a lot of money, which is in both the state and the city's interest. On the nurse-family partnership, you're right, we believe in the value of that program. To the question of
we
match.
should continue the conversation with you and see what kind of dollars you're talking about, but you're right.
Well, it's a
Mayor's
minimum
been very
commitment,
supportive.
as up here, Senator Savino, Senator Gallivan, and I, in a tripartisan way, fight for more dollars for this program. Can we at least be clear that the city will not reduce its own contribution, even if the state increases it?
We're not reducing the contribution.
You will not reduce the contribution if the state increases. I appreciate that.
And
And
just on the Advantage program, the state contribution was $75 million. The
75.
The federal contribution, which flows through the state, was also an additional $75 million, and the city contribution was $75 million.
Thank you very much. And to the mayor's point, to the budget director, I would point out that a proposal I long ago made called prevention-based budgeting would make it a lot easier to balance the budget while also funding evidence-based proven programs to prevent homelessness, to prevent incarceration through home visiting and other programs. So I would urge you take a look at that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next speaker is Senator Perkins.
Can you hear me? Of course. Thank you very much. I want to first express my appreciation for your presence and your indulgence with us, and also for what you've been doing so far and representing us as the mayor. And I think I did the right thing by supporting you.
Thank you.
It's always a good thing when you hit
You're a visionary.
when you hit the number, so to speak. I'm not a visionary, but I think I got lucky with this one. But I'm concerned, I'm very concerned, because as a native New Yorker, we have a little extra pride about ourselves, and because of this great city, and it's not simply because of the bridges, like the Brooklyn Bridge, or the statues, like the Statue of Liberty, or other iconic features that are world-renowned, but actually, most importantly, because of its public education system.
Amen.
This was the opportunity that, for many of us, allowed us to be where we are today, and even for many others, other places even greater. But what's happening is that which was sort of the crown jewel of all the jewels in our New York City ego has sort of come under hard times in terms of bragging rights, so to speak. Ergo, charter schools. You understand? And the infiltration of those schools, overwhelming attention from the public schools, without even necessarily measuring up in terms of what they're actually providing, nevertheless being promoted and applauded, most importantly with more and more money. And my concern is, are we abandoning our public education commitment and fooling ourselves into saying that this other arrangement, which is a privatized model, is the way to go?
No. I understand the concern for sure. And maybe there's some voices that believe in that, but not this administration. We believe, first of all, look, we want to serve every child in the city. They're all, our collective future. So I'm very proud of the efforts that we've made together with parochial schools and charter schools to reach all our kids who need our help, and that's something we believe in. But I say that at the same time as I'm very comfortable saying the future of New York City will be determined by its traditional public schools, because the traditional public schools are where the vast majority of our students are. And those schools have to improve fundamentally. The status quo that existed when I came into office wasn't acceptable. As I mentioned, a third of our kids reading at third grade level, well under half of even our of our high school graduates being college ready. These are not acceptable realities. So what we believe in is really going at the heart of the matter. To fix our traditional public schools, again, the mother lode here of our education system, we have to do a lot in the way of new investments. Early childhood, particularly in the vein of pre-K, a very focused effort to bring kids to reading level by third grade. That's part of our Equity and Excellence Plan. After school programs for every middle school child for free, unlimited. Algebra for all for middle school kids. AP classes for all, every high school. Computer science for all throughout the curriculum at all grade levels. 130 community schools, renewal schools. These are all part of a fundamental change in our approach to our public education system. So I think the answer to your question is, in our city, we are doubling down on our commitment on our public schools, and we have to transform them for the 21st century. And I believe that model is going to be much more effective. So far have obviously been, one, limited in terms of the number of people they reach, but two, as you said, different models, some very successful, some not so successful, some very collaborative, some not so collaborative, some that were very inclusive of English language learners, special ed kids, et cetera, some not so. We like the traditional public school model because it's always inclusive. That's a statement of fact. It is always inclusive of all children. And more we believe our traditional public schools are a place where a lot of innovation is occurring and a lot of progress is occurring.
So let me say this. In the state budget for 2014-15, at the very last moment, a number of changes were added with respect to charter schools, particularly as they operate in the city. These changes, which were executed with little or no public input or transparency, weakened your mayoral control over decisions concerning how to use and allocate precious space in public school buildings, forbade the cities from charging rent to charters, grandfathered in old co-locations, thus immunizing them from any changes, and essentially forced the city to approve all new co-locations or pay for space elsewhere out of pocket. To your credit, your office strongly opposed these changes, as did I, but they were nevertheless improved. So 2 years later, I'm wondering what has been the impact on the ground of these policies?
I'll start, and maybe Dean or Sharif want to add. Look, we did oppose that change. We have been able to work with the rules to maximize what we think is fair, to make sure that if there's a proposal that we think is not going to work or isn't appropriate, that we do have, in effect, due process rights around it. And we certainly want to work going forward to rationalize that, but I think the bottom line is that we continue with an overall reform agenda for our public schools. That's where the vast majority of our energy, of course, has to go. That is moving forward. We ask the support of the legislature in continuing that progress. And obviously, I believe, and I think you're right to say, there's different elements of the mayoral control equation, and sometimes there's a discussion that's not the literal question of mayoral control, but still can affect the level of control, like that decision you refer to. I'm a bit of a purist on this point. Mayoral control education is how we fix the school system. My predecessor and I didn't agree on a lot of things, but on that we fundamentally agreed. And it should not be diminished in any way, shape, or form. It should be reinforced so we can actually get to the work of doing these fundamental things, getting our kids to reading level, making sure high school graduation actually means college ready. That's what we're trying to focus on right now.
So I know that you oppose some of these changes, but how much control do you have over charter schools, particularly from a budgetary point of view?
Look, again, I'll start and would ask Dean and Sharif to fill in any blanks. There are obviously state rules governing what kind of allotment charter schools get, and we respect.
Are any of those rules undermining your control over your schools?
I think what I would say is the basic rules per se are not my central concern. The decision-making about our buildings and the ability to make just decisions about each application. We've approved plenty of applications from charters that we thought fit in a building appropriately. There's others we thought did not. That has to be the prerogative of the City of New York under a mayoral control system. That should not be compromised. Additional funding requirements, like I mentioned in the current budget proposal by the governor, that would add to the obligations of the City of New York and no other locality in the state, clearly are not fair from our point of view. So the point from my point of view is not to add additional onerous costs or regulations onto the city that would undermine our ability to make the right decisions for our schools. Do you have anything to add?
No, that's perfect. That's the major point.
My concern is, so I guess, I'm trying to understand, like, for instance, who pays the rent on these charter schools? You or even middle schools or whoever are the operators? How does?
Under the agreement of 2 years ago, there's a co-location process. If the co-location process fails and the charter is able to find alternative space, then we pay the rent up to, I believe it's $40 million, at which point it is a shared expense with the state. And so far, we're about $20 million. So far, we've committed about $20 million.
So how is that $20 million commitment being used explicitly?
We are paying at this point about $20 million.
Towards
those charters.
Towards?
Yeah, we reimburse them for the rent, and it's approximately $20 million.
So we pay the rent?
Yes.
So
under the agreement from 2 years ago, again, that was not our choice, but that's what the state.
It's not your choice?
Yes.
So it sounds more like it's not your choice. What would you prefer?
We would go back to the system before that.
To what?
We would go to the structure before that.
Would you explain that again so we can see for the record what the difference is between what you prefer and what's being imposed on you?
Prior to that, the city had the opportunity to make completely its own decision. This created a process which had, as the mayor pointed out, due process stage in it, where we could negotiate with the charters, and then there were, if that didn't work, there were other options that could be used.
So you're happy about this arrangement? You think we should, as a legislature, reinforce this arrangement, provide more opportunity?
Again, we think the previous arrangement, the arrangement before 2 years ago was better. I believe in mayoral control.
For the sake of the record, when you say it was better, better means what?
Okay, I'll start and Dean will fill in the blank. Let me just put this in the larger rubric. I think any mayor, I would imagine any county executive in this state, believe that we have to have the freedom to make local decisions effectively and use our resources effectively. We are always concerned to tie our hands. The structure 2 years ago and before gave us the freedom to make these decisions more effectively. The current structure has added additional limitations, although, again, as you heard, we've broadly been able to find ways to work with it. We don't think it's the right way to go. We think things before were better. Dean can define that.
Right, but I will just add, Senator, what the mayor identified in his original testimony was the piece that we are focused on in the current budget was the additional obligation that was only falling on New York City on charter school tuitions, and that's about $30 million in the current budget. And that's the piece we actually focused on in the testimony.
Right. So that's the new problem.
And that is only in New York City.
Right, that is a new problem that we're very concerned about. That's in this budget now.
And how does the governor respond to this new problem that that's being imposed on?
How has?
The governor.
He proposed it.
Right. So he's not cooperating with you? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to characterize it. It's a proposal we don't agree with.
Put it that way, but
no, I said that in my testimony.
Well, I just want to reiterate, because I might not have heard it. And was it like written?
Yes, it's in the budget.
Can you send my office a copy?
So we don't agree with it.
You don't agree with it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You have your concerns
absolutely.
in that regard. Again, I have you as the mayor and super chancellor, so to speak, had an opportunity to determine, as per this experiment called charter schools.
Say again that.
As per this experiment that we come to know as charter schools, which were designed, intended, and proposed at the time to be not a a second Department of Education, but laboratory, so to speak, that would provide the opportunity for us to learn how to teach our children better, and those lessons would be replicated throughout the district. Has any of that part of the proposal that was originally brought forward been actually fulfilled in terms of what did the private school movement teach you as a mayor or other mayors how to better?
I think it's a decidedly mixed bag. I think it's a very fair and important question. Yes, the charter school movement started with the promise of innovation and sharing of best practices and creating good...
Sharing with who, by the way?
With the traditional public schools.
Okay, just so we know.
No, very fair point. And so I think the fact is that the history has proven to be a real mixed bag. One of the things Chancellor Farina has done, and I agree with her entirely, is she's reached out to a number of charter schools that want to have a close working relationship with our traditional public schools, that want to share best practices both ways. Because, by the way, we believe in a lot of our traditional public schools, real innovation is happening that can help charters and vice versa. I would say there is a mixed bag in the charter movement. Some schools doing great and important work that is yielding innovations that the traditional public schools can use and are being shared very openly and productively with the traditional public schools, often on a district basis. Others where that's not happening, where the innovation either is not occurring or it's not being shared, or the student body is not representative, et cetera.
Let me interrupt for a second, because I don't want to forget what's on my mind.
Senator Perkins, I'm sorry, you're at 0, so we just have to let the mayor close up and go on
Okay, so
to
let
the
me
next.
just, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, Senator Kruger, let me finish what I'm saying, because I did wait a while to be here, so I think.
No, I know.
I don't think, am I being irrelevant or out of order?
Just close your sentence, okay?
Okay, but I just don't want to be rushed through what I've waited so long to share, because it's important. The heart of the movement is in my district, as you know.
Yes.
So I'm not going to just be here to, deal with this. It's a big thing for me. It's the biggest thing that one could imagine when you have a district where public schools are not doing well, and then you bring in another whole entity that is not transparent and accountable. So I'm just trying to understand, have you done a report, or has anybody done a report on the successes of the charter schools that have been made available to you or any other city entity that could be replicated in our public schools so that our children could get the benefit of those particular lessons at all?
I think you're raising another important point, and I certainly understand.
Could you say that again, please?
I'm sorry. I think you're raising a very important point. And I think, knowing your district well, your district has gone through a particularly tough experience during this last decade or so. There is not, to the best of my knowledge, a coherent, consistent approach, certainly not one that we inherited, for looking at what the innovations were coming out of the charters and figuring out how they can work with the traditional public schools. Honestly, I believe in the previous administration that was not the worldview. It was not that the traditional public schools are going to be the great core of our school system and where we're really going to make a difference for our children. And the charters were providing obviously important options for some kids, but also they're supposed to be that laboratory, that innovative force that you talk about. I certainly don't know of any effort to bring that concept together and figure out how it could systematically help the traditional public schools. So what we're trying to do now, in effect, through the Equity and Excellence Plan, is find the charters that do want to be those district partners with traditional public schools and cross-fertilize productively. As I said, some are very willing to do that and are good partners in that. Some are more resistant or have a different approach. But where we can work together, we will. But has it been made systematic ever? I would say, from my experience, no.
Mr. Mayor, can we ask you if you have a staff person who can follow up with Senator Perkins?
Absolutely. I'll follow up personally. Given our longstanding history, we will set a time to follow up directly.
I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you, Senator
Perkins. Be as
Perkins.
detailed as possible. But this is a very, very big issue for us in my district, and I understand, Senator Kruger, how you may feel, and I respect your chairmanship, but I have a right to ask these questions
No,
about
I know,
my
Senator
district,
Perkins,
and other
but
people have had more
unfortunately,
time than I have.
no, everybody's stuck with the 10-minute clock.
Then
We were
I'd
careful
ask
about
one
that.
final question.
But we will follow up.
Yeah.
We'll follow up afterwards.
Senator
Thank you.
Persaud is the next speaker, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. I just want to first commend your staff for the open lines of communication during the storm that we had.
Thank you,
And But looking forward, what are your plans for, because it seems as though with the climate change and the more frequent occurrences of these natural disasters are occurring, and especially in my community where it's, the water is just coming in every time you look around. What are your plans for upgrading the equipment, and what plans do you have, long-term plans do you have in place?
Well, Senator, I know your district, obviously, and your district has been vulnerable in light of climate change. So I'd say when it comes to snow on the one hand versus flooding issues or hurricane issues, I think we have two different realities. On snow, I feel the city's response, of course, was very strong. We're going to learn each time. We're going to make adjustments each time. I think we learned a lot even from the last few blizzards. We certainly learned a lot from the 2010 storm, where I think the city did not have its assets properly in position. I think the MTA, again, I agree with and appreciate the way they handle things, getting the buses in at the right time, et cetera. So in terms of snow response, we're learning a lot, and I think we have a very strong capacity to address these kind of blizzards. In terms of hurricanes and coastal issues, the resiliency work is increasing all the time. It's been a very good working relationship with the Army Corps of Engineers, obviously our Parks Department and others. That's, of course, going to happen year by year. A lot of federal money coming in, a lot of city and state efforts as well. That will be ongoing work, meaning in the age of climate change, resiliency work will essentially never end. We will keep at it all the time, improving resiliency. And we want to figure out, obviously working with you, what other things we can do. I think there's some real DEP issues in your neighborhood that we could work on together. So I would look forward to figuring out a plan with you and our DEP Commissioner, Emily Lloyd.
Okay. But you also need to work with sanitation to upgrade the equipment that they have. We really need to upgrade some of the equipment.
Just for clarity, what do you mean specifically?
The snow movers. Yeah, they were kind of ancient. They've passed their prime.
Well, we're going to keep investing in them, I assure you.
They did a better job being prepared this time. Another thing, the state has decided to not add additional funding for summer youth because we're looking at the minimum wage increase, so the funding is just flat. What is the city doing? Because you look at most of the kids who are applying for summer youth are not receiving jobs. And we have a situation in the city, especially in the lower income areas, where there's a spike in violence. And you can correlate the spike in violence with the kids having nothing to do. What is the city doing to help DYCD, some of the other agencies, to fund summer youth?
We had an increase in our local funding this last summer, so we had a substantial increase in the number of summer jobs. We just sat down with the council members when I announced my preliminary budget. We're going to look to the executive budget in May for further determinations on summer jobs. Clearly, there's immense interest in the council and building on the number we had last year. So I'm not going to make a formal announcement, but I can simply say we're very focused on it. The council is very focused on it. Everyone's interested in raising that bar if we can find a way to do it. We're going to, obviously, as I want to come back to where I started the testimony, we're going to be watching the overall economic indicators very closely in the next few months, because there's a lot of warning signs that will cause us to have to be very smart about how we spend money. But it is certainly our goal to go farther when it comes to summer jobs.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we understand it. We have to be smart in the way we're spending money, but spending money on our youth is really important. That's the smartest thing that we can
with
really
your
do.
help, you're talking to the guy who focused on pre-K and after school for middle school kids, so I'm there.
My last question is around the rise in crime. What plans do you have in place for this upcoming summer?
Wait, say that again, I'm sorry?
The increase in violence, especially in the increase in gun violence.
Well, I'd like to represent human lives. When I say overall serious crime is down 5.8% over 2 years, shootings were down from 2014 to 2015. Gun arrests went up 10%. This is all indicative of a city that's getting safer, even though there are serious challenges still to be addressed. in the course of this year, 2,000 more officers will be on patrol between the 1,300 new that we are bringing on the force and the 700 or so that are being civilianized from desk jobs to patrol. All of these pieces are going to increase our ability to get at the root of the problem, which, as Commissioner Bratton and Chief O'Neill always say, is several thousand particularly violent felons that are still out there, many associated with gangs and crews. The focus more and more is on the real violence doers, that core set of violent criminals, and we're doing better at getting at them, getting the evidence, building cases about them, getting the arrest, getting the guns off the street. That's going to intensify, but I think the simplest way I could say it is 2,000 more cops on the street is going to make a huge difference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor, very much for being here. Thank you for your leadership and for
you.
your patience. I know it's been a long testimony.
Patience is a virtue, Senator.
It certainly is. Over 4 hours, and I appreciate all of your comments. I just had a couple of different thoughts, going way back several hours in the testimony. There were a couple of my colleagues from upstate that touched upon a couple of initiatives I want to ask you about. The first has to do with the property tax cap for New York City. There's been a lot of positioning, a lot of rhetoric, a lot of conjecture up here, and legislation proposed and whatnot. I just want to hear again, your comments on the property tax cap for the city of New York, and furthermore, if you believe, because I have a feeling I know what your answer may be, if you feel that a study to get to the root of this thing to back up our position.
The last part of the question, I'm sorry, if I believe.
Are you open to some sort of a study to that effect on a property tax cap for New York City, if in fact that is necessary?
I don't agree with it philosophically and practically as well. I always want to.
What is that?
I always want to learn more, but I want to explain the why in this.
On the property tax cap itself, I'm sorry.
Yes, I just don't believe that it's a productive tool in terms of what we're dealing with. So again, when you combine the particular challenges that the city faces, which I don't think I have to document, New York City has a whole host of very, very intense challenges that have developed over decades. That had a lot to do with the quality of life in our city, the safety of our city, fairness and decency in our city. These challenges didn't occur overnight, but they're ours, whether it is the affordability crisis, the homelessness crisis, the safety challenges, which I'm thrilled at how well NYPD has done on, but there's more to come, obviously. The threat of global terror that is aimed at New York City in a way that's true of only a few places in the United States of America. We have a particular set of challenges. We also know that in a downturn scenario, we're vulnerable in a way that's overwhelming because, again, we know that federal and state partners will be compromised in such a scenario, and we know that our fixed costs don't change. If we're going to keep our streets safe, if we're going to deal with the tremendous amount of human need, we have to keep doing that downturn or no downturn. So from my point of view, anything that limits our capacity arbitrarily could undermine the fundamentals of our city, but also undermine our ability to do the thing which I think we're doing well now, and I want to give my predecessors credit, and I want to give the people in New York City credit. The fact that we're economically stronger after some decades where we were really in decline, we are strong. We have to maintain that for the good of our people, for the good of the people of the whole state. We have to keep that going. So I don't want anything that inhibits our ability to do that. I am sensitive to the fact I am a homeowner in Brooklyn. I understand people going through some real challenges in terms of the cost of living, and that property taxes are a part of it. We're certainly going to always look at ways that we can address the challenges of our homeowners, but a cap, I think, is a problematic approach. As I mentioned to Senator Lanza, I know he's offering it in very good faith, but even the circuit breaker or the override capacity is one that I think would be an imperfect tool given the reluctance that elected officials have, obviously, when it comes to taxation. So I think we're going to certainly engage in fiscal discipline. We're going to engage in ways of helping our homeowners, but that would not be the one I'd choose.
Do you feel strong enough in that, Mayor, to put a study forward to back up that plan that you have put in place?
Again, I'm being careful in my answer because I think that is a very much an eye of the beholder question. I'm always happy to have this conversation with you, but there's no scenario that I can envision where we would want to tie our hands in terms of our ability to maintain the standard of living of the people of New York City and the safety of the people of New York City. If we had a different world, which maybe was true 40 years ago, let's say, 50 years ago, where there was a federal government ready, willing, and able to come in the event of crisis, and that was very true in that time frame, not true today, maybe I'd have a different worldview, but I have no illusion of that fundamental reality changing anytime soon. So I have to very carefully protect the interests of my city, and that's why I can't see any scenario where I would agree with that.
Understood. What about you compare a property tax cap, so if that's off the table, the potential, I know it's been offered, and there's been talk about this, the potential for a Medicaid cap. Your thoughts on that as well?
I think we've got two dynamics happening simultaneously that have to be addressed. Again, I've spoken to the governor's proposal, and I've affirmed I appreciate the governor's clarification that it won't cost the city a penny. But we understand there are real challenges in the Medicaid system in general. As I said, I appreciate that the governor, when he first came into office, focused on some of the fundamental reforms needed. And then we have, so there's that ongoing issue, but then we have a whole different but related issue of our Health and Hospitals Corporation, which will need substantial reform. So we'll absolutely engage the governor in ways that we can look at reforms and efficiencies vis-a-vis Medicaid in general in the city, but specifically we have to engage in a process very quickly of coming up with a reform plan for our health and hospitals, our public health and hospitals. That has to happen under any event. The two, to some extent, interrelate. But what I can tell you is, having just gone through the process with our housing authority, and remembering our housing authority houses over 400,000 people, and there was not a reform plan previously to deal with its financial reality. We put that in place. We'll take the situation with Medicaid, the situation with our Health and Hospitals Corporation head on. It's our obligation to do so. We'll present a plan. Certainly, I'm sure it'll be part of the conversation here, as with our city council. But we're dealing with a series of changes that really represent a lot of history, unfortunately, coming home and you know, having a very big impact now. $17 billion in the case of the Housing Authority that should have been spent over many years. That wasn't. We have to deal with that problem now. Medicaid issues that have only been exacerbated by changes in state and federal policy, no matter how well-intentioned. That's what's happening. And it's happening in public health systems all over the country. So we've got to make a series of big changes. They'll be tough, but it's our obligation to do them.
Thanks, Mayor. One other item, and I suppose that this has, look, every initiative that comes out of New York City, as you know, has a major impact, not just on the state, but this country. And one of the issues that I think has had an impact on all of us for generations, and you talked about, you know, where the city has come from over the course of the last several decades. And the city's a much different place than it was back in '03 when the bonds were refinanced, but I want to go back to 1975 before I was born. And we're going to be paying these bonds off well into 2030 to 34. As it stands today, and as you had mentioned earlier, we're going back hours in your testimony, so forgive me for having
ancient history.
Forgive me for having waited so long to get back to this, but I think it's important to talk about that refinancing. That, you know, it was the state back in 03 that picked up the refinancing during a new crisis, again, before your administration. And these bonds, these Star C bonds were refinanced, saving about $600 million. But as far as I'm concerned, again, as an outsider from the city of New York, as an upstater, these are funds that the state, including us upstate, helped to pay for. And, you know, with a lot of these cash-strapped cities, including my own and other upstate cities, when it comes to AIM funds, and I know we discussed that before, and I heard your testimony about AIM funding, don't you feel that it would be more appropriate to take that funding and reinvest it into other cash-strapped cities and municipalities like the ones in upstate that are really in dire need right now?
Again, Senator, I know this is, we're all providing, I hope, a positive lesson here in a responsible, positive public dialogue between people who happen to come from different regions, different parties. You know, this is actually what I think the people would like to see more and more all over the country. You're raising a perfectly fair question. What is fairness in this equation? I, again, have spent a lot of time, I've been very blessed to spend a lot of time in Western New York working in public service. Profound needs, profound hope, I believe, profound great attributes to Western New York, and profound needs. When we hear about initiatives to help upstate, I applaud them. I applaud them because we're all in this together. So the question then becomes, what's fair in each and every one of the decisions we look at? My point of view is, first of all, when you talk about the AIM money, so 300 million plus at the time it was cut, as Dean reminds me, 500 million not long before that. We can do the math any way we want. If we take the $300 million and say it was cut 5 years ago, that's 1.5 billion that would have come to New York City. That's gone. If you take the $500 million figure, obviously it goes to 2 billion or more. How about the money that was agreed to by the Court of Appeals, highest court in the land, a decade ago? That would have led to many billions more for my public schools that clearly are not where they need to be. And no one's, I know you feel the same about your public schools. No one's, I don't want to in a bad way compare scars. We're all trying to fix problems that were handed to us by history. We're all trying to serve our people. But if I've got 30% of my kids reading at third grade level, I can't say to you that I don't need the resources to fix that problem fundamentally. By my account, by the highest court in this problems or the infrastructure challenges, et cetera, it doesn't make any sense for me to say agreed upon dollars we're just going to give away when we have this level of need.
Well, to your point, and I know I'm down to zero, so this will be just the last comment, Mayor. Look, there's much that I agree with you on. This one I disagree with you on. I believe if we're going to focus on those education funds, those AIM funds, those other areas, then we should do so. But you know, I think a lot of folks get aggravated about the shell game that's played, and you know, there's $600 million on the table, and just from my perspective, again, as an upstater, as a Western New Yorker, after this refinancing, I believe that funding could be utilized in our area of the state as much as anywhere else in the city, including including the city of New York.
I know you're saying that in good faith, and I just want to respond in good faith. The CFE decision, which was also aimed at helping Buffalo, for example, and other upstate cities. And I say this with absolute respect, if we all could restart that discussion productively, then it might be possible to talk about different trade-offs. But I have to say, over the last couple of years I've been mayor, I've presented the concern. I understand that people have felt like it's something they couldn't really entertain for better or for worse, but we're not having that conversation. Let's be straightforward about that. If we were having a conversation about restoring the AIM money that was supposed to be a one-year pause, and now it should come back on the table, if that conversation were going on, we could have a more holistic conversation perhaps. But that's not what's happening. I don't mean that to be negative. I'm trying to be very constructive and positive. Somehow, in all the back and forth, some things come on the table, some things go off the table, and I think when you total it all up, we certainly know some of those have hurt us quite a bit. On this one, again, we feel it's straightforward. I understand your frustration. I hope over the years we can all find ways to rationalize some of these things and make sense of them for the long haul, but certainly just taking the narrow question of the AIM money, what does it feel like to the people in New York City that we were supposed to have a one-year pause and we've never seen it again? I'm sure you can give your own parallel examples. Until we're going to put all of that on the table, it's hard for us to want to say, let's just give away something that we believe is guaranteed to us.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of additional questions, and then we'll close. So, as you pointed out, I've been very involved in housing issues. We work together on housing issues, and I agree with you. I want to go to page 6 of your testimony because I had a question there. You talk about the bond cap allocation being a vital resource for the city, and I fully agree with your assessment regarding that. And you also pointed out that last year the city's Housing Development Corporation efficiently used all of its state bond cap allocation to fund its projects, which is true. But then you go on to say that HDC couldn't even get started on almost 1,200 affordable apartments across the 5 boroughs, simply because it did not receive enough in bond cap allocations from the state. And so my question is, isn't the HDC amount an amount that is determined and requested by the city? And so if you ran out of money, did you ask for too little?
No, in fact, we asked for more. I'll start, and my colleagues may have more sense of the details, but I'll give you the overview. We certainly asked for more. And we understand that there's a statutory amount, and then beyond that, a pretty consistent history of additional resources coming in terms of where the projects could be most effectively achieved. And look, that's, again, this is not a Democrat or Republican or upstate or downstate thing. We all want the taxpayers' money used well. So we would rather see resources go to a project ready to go than be held for something that's not ready to go, or a project that is going to yield more affordable housing versus less. In this instance, those units were ready to go. The state was quite aware of it. We had requested the additional authority, and we were told it was not going to be made available, even though we think it could have been made available. We're obviously working in good faith to keep moving these efforts forward. We don't want to add additional layers that we think will only slow down a structure that right now needs to move as quickly as possible because the desperate need for affordable housing.
And I agree with you, there's a desperate need for affordable housing. And actually, I'd like to applaud you for your goal of developing 200,000 new units of affordable housing. I think it's absolutely necessary for the future of the city. But I do want to point out a couple things because, as you know, I think you know this, that it's extraordinarily expensive to live and to work and to do business in the city. And it's a result of several dynamics, and you've pointed some of them out today. One of them has to do with the tax burden that we have in the city, and I want to applaud Senator Lanza had to go to another hearing, but I want to applaud Senator Lanza for his focus on property tax relief for the middle class in his district, for seniors on fixed incomes, and you've pointed out that you are opposed to a property tax cap. You just made that very clear to Senator Kennedy during your remarks. But at the same time, when you're saying you're not raising property taxes, as Senator Avella pointed out, maybe that's not happening, but assessments are going up year after year, and as a result of the assessments going up, then we have the net effect of property taxes going up. That's a real impediment in so many ways to growth in the city. And as a result, based on that, based on exorbitant land costs, based on the high cost of doing business, whether it's regulatory, a lot of extra bureaucracy and so on, all those things drive up costs in the city. And so it has exacerbated the housing shortage that we have in the city. And so as a result of that, I would suggest that there's a structural problem that you're dealing with regulatory systems, with tax systems, with the cost of land. And have you considered what you could do as mayor to tackle that structural problem that you have? Because that is actually contributing in such a big way to the housing shortage that you face right now?
I appreciate the question, and I think you're right that there are some really big factors at play here. Now, I would argue we have, I used to use the phrase a tale of two cities. I still use it sometimes, and I'll use it in this case because we have it in this sense. One, there are some exceedingly positive factors that are actually complicating things, right? The increased value on our land and on our buildings, our real estate values just continuing to grow is obviously a blessing on so many levels and indicates economic strength. The fact that the city's growing physically in terms of population, growing in terms of job growth, these are wonderful things, but they also put immense pressure on the affordable housing equation. So in that sense, the success you want creates some real unintended consequences. If the question is, do we need to rethink some of the elements of our tax structure, I think that's a fair point because there's always been a certain amount of inconsistency and lack of clarity in the New York City property tax system. It's something that have to be done very carefully, very intelligently. It's something that would take a lot of work, but I've said long ago, I recognize there are challenges and problems in our tax system that have to be looked at. At the same time, the thing I can do right now, and we're all here to think about what we can practically do to help people, what I can do right now is make sure there is not a property tax rate increase, which one thing I think would unify all the homeowners of New York City is that would be an added burden. We've avoided that for now 3 budgets in a row, and we're going to keep avoiding that. But in terms of coming back at these underlying issues, ways that we can help our seniors, ways that we can create more consistency in our tax system and more consistency across the different parts of the city, these are real issues. I'm certainly going to be looking at them. I've been thinking about ways we could approach them. The one thing you'll appreciate, that will take a big, complicated structural fix, and it will take time to sort that out for sure.
Right. I think you're right for sure on that point. Because every time property taxes go up, there is an impact, for example, on rental housing also. And tenants in market rate apartments, have their costs go up because the property taxes go up, because the assessments go up. Tenants who live in rent-regulated apartments, the costs go up for owners, and then the owners aren't able to fix their buildings. So there is an impact on tenants, there's an impact on homeowners, there's an impact on businesses, there's an impact on the ability to develop more affordable housing. So I think that those are very, very dire issues that need to be looked at. We talked, and so as a result of the heavy costs associated with doing business in New York City, the only economic development tool that we have is the 421A program, which, as you know, provides incentives and benefits to develop affordable housing units. And so I would just say that we need to take a look at that again, because right now there's nothing to be able to develop affordable housing, and that is a critical issue that needs to be addressed, and I'm sure you would agree with that.
I agree, and we would appreciate, and we know you've worked closely with us, we'd appreciate deeply your help and your leadership because we think there is a solution available. Given the plan we put forward, which had widespread support, we think there's a way to reach that plan or something like it and move forward. But the bottom line is we have a need to keep moving the right kind of development forward so we can create that affordable housing. There's no reason for it to stall if by good decisions here in Albany we can keep it moving.
Yeah, so thank you for that. You also talked about, rent control, rent regulation, and units going out of the system. But the reason those units are going out is that the people living in them have actually hit a certain income threshold. So these are people with higher incomes that are going out of the system, and I'm sure you would agree with me that those kinds of assistance through rent regulation really should go to people who truly need it. And so we have programs like the Senior Citizen Rent Increase Exemption Program that actually freezes the rent for people who are seniors on fixed incomes who can afford to pay their rent because it's so much of their income every year. And in 2014, the legislature actually changed the amount from $29,000 per year up to a threshold of $50,000 a year, which actually has helped a lot of seniors in New York City. Same with, there's a similar program with for people with disabilities with a freeze on rent. And you probably know that I sponsor legislation to do the same for all tenants who make $50,000 a year or less and pay a high amount of their income toward rent. And I'd like to see that move forward, because I think that's a much more positive solution than the current system. With that being said, I noticed after we had passed that in 2014, there was an article in the New York Times, I think it was May 20th, that said that the city needs to do a better job in getting the information out to people who qualify for the SCREE and the DREE programs. And then there was a follow-up. I was very interested. Right after Christmas on December 31st of 2015, there was a follow-up article about a senior in a rent control department who was concerned because her rent may be going up because she wasn't under the same fees as the Rent Guidelines Board. But the point was that she qualified for SCREE. And I noticed that right away in that article. And I guess the question is, what is the city doing to help those people? And should there be a better focus on making sure the word gets out to those renters?
Well, first of all, and I'll turn to Dean and Sharif in a second, but let me first say thank you for your leadership in adjusting that income level. That was absolutely crucial for people all over the state and certainly in the city as well. And we appreciate that deeply, because that reflected the reality of people's lives to have SCREE and DREE adjusted that way. We do engage in very energetic outreach efforts. We're trying to improve upon them and strengthen them. We know a lot of our colleagues, local elected officials, do as well, and they're key partners in that. So I agree with you. The last thing I want to see is anyone having that right and not taking advantage of it. We've tried to, on many fronts, do a better job, because I think previously New York City government was not sufficiently communicative with its people, so we've tried to fix that on many, many fronts. In terms of SCREE and DREE directly, Dean or Sharif?
We will come back to you with specifics. We do recognize that, and we are taking, the mayor's right, has directed us to take much more active outreach on SCREE, on DREE, and actually on the EITC as well.
I think you'd be helping a lot of very needy people as a result of that. And as you also know, we fundamentally, philosophically disagree about price controls and rent control. And you know, on our side of the equation, we believe that it has exacerbated the housing shortage in New York City. It was supposed to be temporary from 1943, and it's still in place. And, you know, better solutions. We all want a more affordable housing. Better solutions would be a free market system, developing more affordable housing, and actually having a system that addresses the most needy people who can't afford to live. So that's something that we continue to work on.
Senator, if I may, just despite there may be some philosophical differences, in addition to thanking you for the partnership on many fronts, I would say we also have put a very clear focus in our affordable housing plan on promoting the creation of market rate rental housing. We all know the reality of the new higher priced condos that have become such a big part of the housing landscape. We think, I think this may be a point where there's some agreement, that a robust market rate rental market is very good for the overall availability of affordable housing. So we have a series of actions that are part of our overall plan to support and encourage that development as well, for the good of all.
Okay, thank you for that, Mayor. And just one final question, going back to the questioning at the beginning. You know, so we have the budget in place for New York City through the state right now for this year. And when you compare the budget for this year with the proposed budget from the governor for 2017, which one is better? Which one would you prefer to see if you had to compare the two?
I have to honestly say to you that there's so many unclear points in the current budget. There's so many unanswered questions that I can't in good faith give you a perfect comparison. Maybe when we've gotten all the facts, I can answer that better. Obviously, almost $1 billion that at this moment we're assured will not be manifested as a cut. We need that to be ratified as we go forward. That's an area of tremendous concern. But overall, there's just a lot of elements of this budget that we don't have the full facts on. We deeply appreciate, as I said, the very first words of my testimony, there's some elements of this budget on the supportive housing, for example, that I am exceedingly appreciative for. But there's a lot of other areas where until we get answers, I can't give you an honest comparison.
I appreciate that answer, but I will say to you that in this budget, from what I can see, there are significant investments in the city across the board, you know, transportation, supportive housing, all kinds of things that are very beneficial to the city. So we'll continue to go through the process, but I believe that when we look at things side by side, at the end of the day, you would prefer this budget over last year's because of those significant investments. So thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.